Step into the realm of the uncanny with Paranormal M, your gateway to the extraordinary. Subscribe now and enable notifications to uncover the hidden truths behind the unexplainable. Prepare to have your beliefs shook. My experiences. However, I've never seen ghosts. My first strange one was hearing my name being called in a direction I figured it came from the closet, but I didn't really think twice about it. It was small at the time, and, well, second experience, I was sitting playing on my computer, and I guess I felt a strange presence. I immediately felt the need to turn my computer screen off, and as I turned around, I felt, and also visually, my reality was quite literally melting. I was looking in the direction of the door. It opened about an inch with quickness. No longer felt the melting sensation. Not having processed what was going on, I sat there for a second, and then my fight or flight response kicked in. Ran straight to the front door. I paused with my hand on the doorknob. I was thinking that I was just being ridiculous. I looked to the left in general while thinking ghosts aren't real. The cat was looking up in the direction next to me while she was under the table. I recalled them not really noticing anything strange, and within no time, a very loud bang hit the table. I ran out of the house, fast as fuck. Went across the street and didn't come back till my parents got home. My third experience. Again, I felt a presence and said, "All right, I'm turning it off." Turned the monitor off again this time, and I think I may have turned the computer off. Slid my chair back away from the computer. Within the top corners of the room, I heard a crack, as if there was pressure, I guess. A crack sound or creak was happening within each wall, but not at the same time. Don't recall my thoughts, but I know I felt fear. So, as my brother was asleep in his bed, I crawled up onto the floor next to the bed closest to him in the fetal position. I'm guessing I went up to sleep. Dream or not, I somehow woke up in my bed. What I recall being a dream, I guess. I remember being carried to the door of my room. As I was standing before the door, which was closed, I heard whispers. A lot of whispers. I hesitated as I feared the unknown, but I felt very tired. So I went in, leapt into the bed face first, went to sleep. Another experience, me and my friend were hanging out in my room and heard my mother's voice yelling my name from the kitchen. So I'm thinking she just got home. Me and my friend walked quickly to see what she wanted. When we got in there was no one. Asked my friend, "So you heard that too?" Dude was freaked the fuck out, left in a hurry. I just continued my day, felt good about experiencing the unknown. And another experience. As I was laying on my bed, as soon as I touched my genital, quite literally I heard a buzz come from the AC, which wasn't on. My phone rang at the same time. As I go to answer the phone, the very second before I even touch it, the phone call ends. I look at my call history, and there's no evidence of a phone call being made. So I've never seen a ghost or a demon. What are your experiences? What do you think this could be? Lots of laughs. Would like to add that the air pressure or whatever can open a door if it's not all the way shut. And walls creak. But I mean, can it really cause a bang on the table? What is your table made out of? Because maybe. Shadow figures. I've had numerous encounters. The first time I ever saw one was in my childhood home. I'm assuming the neighborhood was built on an Indian burial ground. That's because the whole neighborhood was haunted. Not just inside, but outside as well. Nothing special about this encounter. They would stand in doorways and just watch. Everyone in the family would see them, so I know I'm not crazy. Second time was in the same house when I was a teenager. There's one called the Hatman. Corny-ass name with even cornier stories behind him, but just bear with me. I woke up in the middle of the night. I had really bad sleep paralysis. I would get it so often, so I know how to pull myself out of it. I looked over to my closet and I saw the Hatman standing there watching. I didn't sense anything negative or positive. It's just like he was observing me. Anyways, I looked over and saw my exact words I said out loud. What the fuck? Then I just turned around and went back to bed. Haven't seen him since. I guess I embarrassed him. Third time was when I moved out at 17. Currently 20, so all of this wasn't long ago. I moved to a town in South Carolina called Jenkinsville. Literally only has 38 residents, and I was the only white boy there. There was more cows than people, so you would see them all over the property. The ones that stick out to me when I was just sitting in my car with my ex-girlfriend and we were just talking. Got a feeling that something was watching me, and I just figured it was a mountain lion, but I looked over to my porch and I saw through the window of my '68 Chevy truck a shadow figure that was darting away when I was looking at it. I would see them in my bathroom doorway as well. They were tall, they were skinny, with long arms. Sometimes their eyes glowed faintly in a dark red. Sometimes they didn't even have eyes. This one sticks out to me the most. Well, the following one. This one. My ex and I were in my room and we heard something walking beside the house into the front yard. It was a cinder block house with no insulation, so it was easy to hear outside. Thought it was just coyotes or mountain lions, so I grabbed my 40mm. Went outside to go check. When I looked over to the side of the house, I saw a shadow figure sort of run back beside the house. I know they can't hurt me, but what I do is I go looking around to see if it's still there. Fuck that shit. So I walked back inside, went to my bedroom. I was going to tell my girlfriend that it was nothing because I didn't want to scare her, but she told me she hears fast footsteps run from the front of the house past the side and into the woods. So I had to tell her. That one was weird. It was like 8 feet tall, like no others I've really seen, and I'm 6 feet tall. It didn't have long arms, but it was still skinny. It had a white aura around it, which I'd never seen before. I now live in Florida in a nice little gated community. Haven't seen one since. I'm planning on going back to South Carolina here soon and visiting my old house at nighttime. I'll see if I can catch one on camera. I caught one in like a picture only one time, and unfortunately I don't have that phone anymore. But if I ever get it back from my ex, I will be glad to post it in this thread. My biggest regret is not taking a picture of the one with the hat. I just honestly didn't give a fuck that he was there and just wanted to go back to bed. From my experience, they aren't negative, but they aren't positive either. They just observe and watch. Only a few are negative, but none are necessarily positive. I'm not some batshit spiritual alien-believing weirdo either. I'm just a normal kid that goes fishing and has to fix my truck every 2 weeks because it's a shitbox. Believe if you want to, or don't believe. I could care less about either because these are personal experiences, not your own experience. I know what I've seen, and I know what I've felt. My childhood imaginary friends. So I can only remember one time hanging out with these imaginary friends. And the older I get, the more freakishly strange it is. A lot of this is small tidbits my mom told me, so pardon me if the details are blurry. From the ages of 4 to 7, I had 2 imaginary friends, both boys, even though I'm a girl. They appeared around when I first moved into my new home 14 years ago. As a child, I was completely unaware and uninformed of many things' history. I had no clue what the Civil War was, or a clue about the uniforms. Yet the first friend was a 10-year-old boy wearing a Confederate uniform. He didn't ever have any opinions related to the Civil War, but it was the exact uniform. He was always kind, and apparently, I would talk to him in the car until we left that neighborhood. The second boy was Native American, wore a very traditional outfit and had very traditional hair, and could be maybe roughly 11. Once again, I was 4. I had not learned about much yet, and I had just begun being quote-unquote conscious. The second boy had more of a stern personality. When I got in trouble, my mom remembers me trying to explain myself to him. I don't know why these were the people who became my imaginary friends, but something deep down tells me they weren't really imaginary. I live in a very haunted city, but my house doesn't have any history or death, but it is kind of it has a past haunted forest. They're claiming a past history of death, but it is in a past hunting forest. Maybe it's a haunted forest that has been recognized in the past, or maybe it's past some kind of hunting forest. Nonetheless, there is a creek at the bottom of my street that I ventured into with friends that caused me to leave after feeling, intimately scared. Intimately scared. Yikes. Indeed, Gecko. I've also been in the house where I've been saved. If anybody wants me to go into more detail, I will. Raise his hand. Scary experience in the Australian bush. For some background, I grew up involved in scouting, left around the age of 15. I've recently become involved again as a leader, and I'd forgotten about my experiences camping in rural Australia. That was until revisiting a campsite. I was reminiscing on some scary stories. I figured I would share it here and potentially get some insight on what this may have been. So, I was about 13 or 14 at the time. I'd gone on a camping trip with my troop. We went to a campsite we stayed at often. It was only about 30 minutes away from our city. It was large and open, and was to account for many scouts, as it acted as sort of a hub for my state's combined activities. All the groups would attend here, but this particular camp was only for our group, which consisted of 10 to 12 people. We set up camp in a back corner of the campsite, which was backed by a fence and thick trees. That led to a cliff overlooking a river if you walked far enough. We arrived around 6 p.m., set up camp, and basically went straight to bed. It's fairly consistent in my area that asking 11 or 15-year-olds to set up camp takes far longer than it should, and we were pretty tired. In the center of the campsite was a large toilet block surrounded by rocks and separated into 4 sections: male, female, adult, and youth. Our campsite was probably about 300 or so meters from this block. The first 2 nights went without incident, but it was our 3rd night that something occurred that left myself and 2 others with a sleepless night, and an apprehension to camping there again. It was 3 to a tent. We all kind of just hopped into our sleeping bags for the last night before heading home. The others were in the tent. We'll call them Olivia and Jess for privacy reasons. They dozed off fairly quickly, but it took me a bit longer. I've always struggled to fall asleep and stay asleep, so when I seemingly randomly woke not long after nodding off, it wasn't a huge shock. Nothing seemed amiss at first, so I closed my eyes, trying to fall asleep once again. It only took a few seconds for me to hear footsteps walking toward the toilet block. We were camped on an area of lush green grass that scrunched under your feet, and the sound of somebody walking was distinct in the quiet night. I thought it was strange I hadn't heard a tent zipper, but brushed it off. A few minutes later, I heard them approaching. Still a normal course of events. Until the footsteps stopped outside of our tent. I looked over and both Olivia and Jess were sound asleep, so I knew it wasn't one of them. Waited a few seconds, and they continued moving, so again I figured it was strange, but I brushed it off. It then sounded as though the footsteps looped around the group of the tents and back to ours. The other side this time. The tents were set up in a line with a fair amount of distance between to account for the, guy ropes' wind had been forecast. Excuse me. But on this night, the wind was almost non-existent. The person or thing had seemed to walk around the whole line to stop back at ours again, which was second closest to the toilet block in a line of 4. I then heard them walk toward the tree line. I sat up, trying to listen as closely as I could, and at this point I wasn't sure if it wasn't one of us. The behavior of the footsteps was too strange. And why on earth would they have sounded like they were walking into the trees? I think it was close to 2 a.m. at this point. I had had enough of being alone experiencing this. Gently shook Olivia awake. Shushing her, she stirred. Olivia was my closest friend in the group. I whispered a quick explanation of what I had heard to her. We agreed to wait a while, see if anything else happened. Quite a few minutes passed. I don't remember how many, and the weirdness of the situation had started to wear off. I was about to suggest trying to fall back asleep when the footsteps seemed to return from where they had left and again stopped behind her tent. Olivia and I shared a look in the dim light of the moon. I could tell that she was as unsettled as I was. We heard them begin slowly circling around the tent, and she silently moved to huddle next to me. Bit by bit, the footsteps began to quicken. That was until they seemed to break into a run. Whoever, or whatever it was, had expertly dodged our guys' ropes to move at that speed without tripping. Every now and then, something would brush the sides of the tent. That was as Olivia and I were holding each other, doing our best not to make a noise. It was at this point that Jess woke up and groggily asked, "What the hell's going on?" She looked over at us, tears forming in her eyes, shot up, terror crossing her face. She silently moved over to us, joined us in our little terror-filled huddle. Her question didn't seem to faze whatever was making the noise. The sprinting went on for what felt like ages, but in reality was probably only a minute or so. That was until they stopped in front of our tent again. I slowly reached for a spare tent peg and gripped it as tight as I could, thinking that in a pinch it would do as some kind of weapon. The footsteps slowly did their wrap around the tents again. That was before stopping behind ours, then retreating back to the tree line. With some insane burst of courage and morbid curiosity, I decided to try to take a look outside. Still gripping my tent peg, I slowly unzipped our tent, trying to be soundless as possible. The fly unzipped from the bottom, so I laid down, peeked underneath, rather than unzip it, and then potentially create more noise. The footsteps had seemed to stop shortly after the retreat. There were no further noises. This would mean that the person would have had to get over the wire fence without a sound, which didn't seem plausible, but I saw absolutely nothing. Needless to say, the 3 of us didn't get any sleep that night. And when recounting the story to our leaders that morning, we were told that we probably heard a possum or some other animal. An explanation I simply do not buy. None of the other campers had heard anything. Some of the strangest parts of this experience to me are that there were no other sounds other than the footsteps and the occasional brushing of the tent. No heavy breathing or spoken words or even animal noises. The person or thing seemed to disappear when I went to look. And the targeted and odd nature of that behavior. Why was our tent targeted? Had somebody been looking for a target, and when I woke it chose us? Why did it leave after scaring the ever-living daylights out of a group of teen girls? Why hadn't anybody else heard anything? Our tents were decently spaced apart for the guys' ropes, so it's plausible that the noise was harder to hear for other campers. Maybe not enough to wake them, but the sound seemed fairly loud to us. This experience comes from a national park in New South Wales. It'll be a long one, so buckle in. Firstly, I figured I would share a brief history of the area. I'm unsure how relevant any of it is to my experiences, but if it'll help with identifying what this could have been, I've been trying to do research about Australian cryptids and creatures. Anything that has any connection to the land that I haven't found. Anything that fits what I've experienced. This national park encompasses a subalpine mountain range, commonly has snowfall during the winter. The traditional owners of the land are the Ngunnawal people, their presence being associated with the land for over 21,000 years. However, the Ngambri people are also recognized for their traditional relationship with the land. One of the most beautiful spots to visit is an area where you can see rock paintings dating back to over 800 years ago that was painted here by the Aboriginal peoples. Contained in this national park are also a number of historic homesteads built by European settlers. It also hosts one of the satellite dishes commissioned by NASA to assist with the Apollo space station. Well, the Apollo space program. If you live in the area, you may know the national park I'm talking about. This place is full of history. And as such, whenever visiting myself and my companions, I've always been careful to respect the deep history contained in the land. Now that my history lesson is out of the way, on to the story. Within this national park, there are many different campsites and walking trails, fire trails, roads, and a variety of stunning sights to witness. Over the years, I've been lucky to experience much of this place. I enjoy going back whenever I can. However, I now carry a few experiences with me that continue to unnerve me. The first experience I had was at a fairly secluded campsite on one of the mountains. It was fairly open, but as the mountain stretched upwards, the trees began to sort of thicken. This small campsite housed a fire pit and a long drop toilet. I believe in other places these are referred to as an outhouse or pit latrine. We would normally set up our tents uphill and our kitchen below, close to the fire pit. This camp was no different. Well, no different than any other camp that we had spent here. The campsite was always quiet, as if it was generally only booked out to one group of campers at a time. This always brought an odd mix of comfort and peace, along with the eeriness and a sense of being unwelcome. This campsite in particular makes me feel as though there are always eyes on me. On this camp we spent our days cooking on the fire, completing badge work and goofing around as young teens do. I would guess this particular camp was around 2015 or 16. We were all still able to entertain ourselves without the pull of technology. I don't want to sound all, "these young'uns," on you, but somebody barely in my 20s now, and this being not even a decade ago, but in my experience coming back as a leader, it can be difficult now to drag the kids away from their devices. We spent our afternoon and evening playing what we called real-life Call of Duty. It was very loosely based on the real thing, completely unrelated, but something I find oddly interesting of my time growing up with technology but not being attached to it. It's that we were able to disconnect from it, but sort of having it still be an integral component of our upbringing. I find this game the perfect example of how I feel. The rules of the game are somewhat relevant, so I'm going to briefly outline them, but if you want to skip over them, I feel like I'll still make sense. Real-life Call of Duty. The rules. 1. You must split into 2 teams. Select an area for a home base. 2. Your team must construct a structure out of sticks, leaves, and any other natural materials that are already lying on the ground, so not still attached to a living plant. 3. Once your structure is built, the game begins. 4. Players use sticks on the ground to act as guns. Prior to the game, there is always a complicated and somewhat heated discussion as to what size stick was what type of weapon. Usually it devolved into arguments about branches, colors, and any other characteristics somebody wanted to argue about, but a conclusion would be met, and each type of stick was assigned a weapon type. 5. Smaller wooden sticks and objects, and anything vaguely small and chunky was classed as a grenade, and players could carry one at a time. 6. The objective was to destroy the other team's home base without getting shot, which would occur when one of the grenades was thrown or like somebody pointed their gun at you and said, pew. When this occurred, you'd have to go back to your base and respawn. 7. You could only destroy the base by throwing your grenades or hitting it with your stick. 8. A team won either when the other team's base was unrecognizable and theirs was still standing, or when the leaders called us back to camp and more heated discussions would ensue about whose base held together better than the others. Typing that out felt a little bit silly, but also brought back wonderful memories. Memories like feeling like a kid, feeling unfortunately lost early into my teen years due to chronic illness. I hear ya. Now that we have the whole background story, which I promise is relevant, I can get into where it gets strange. Often we would play our game into nightfall, enjoying it more if it was somewhat dark. This particular night, we had our bases all built, but we had just began to get into the game when I started to feel eyes on me. Assuming I was about to turn and see a stick pointed at me, I gripped my own, spun to find an empty patch in within our game boundary. It was out towards the edge of the set boundary, which wasn't very large. I could hear the others making pew noises and arguing about who said it first. I continued moving, thinking my spidey senses were off, headed for the operation base. I managed to throw a lump of bark at it before getting sent back to a respawn. My strategy was to move along the edge of the boundary and try to stay hidden in the bush and sneak attack at my first opportunity. I did manage to stay hidden, but felt eyes on me no matter where I moved. In the thick of the game, that was to be expected with so many people running around chaotically. But out of the boundary where nobody else was trudging, made me feel uncomfortable. Kept creeping toward my enemy, trying to stay as quiet as possible, when I heard crunching leaves behind me. I turned to find out whether it was a friend or foe, but again, I saw nothing. I was creeped out, but brushed it off as there was so much going on around me I figured I must have misheard it. That is, until I felt somewhat hit pretty hard on my back. I let out a small ow. Turned, ready to be mad at whoever it was that threw it and hit me so hard, and you guessed it, I found nobody there once again. I looked down at my feet to see a small rock sitting on the top of the dry leaves. Very clearly the object that had hit me moments ago. It seemed as if it had disturbed the leaves and sat perfectly on top of them. Rocks were an absolute off-limits item for this game. I mean, sure, we were emulating a violent video game, but our intentions were never to actually hurt anyone. Now more than ever, I felt watched. Decided I'd had enough of the game, began walking back to camp. I stuck to the edge of the boundary once again, so as to not have anybody else involved in the game. The whole walk back was agonizing, constantly looking over my shoulder expecting to find somebody there. When I returned to the campsite after what felt like the longest hike of my life, I was questioned by the leaders as to why I wasn't playing anymore. I didn't want to explain for fear of being disbelieved. See my first story, which they explained away as an opossum. Oh, we heard it. Maybe I'd be getting the group in trouble with an interrogation, trying to figure out who threw the rock. But I knew in my soul that it wasn't one of us. So I just told them I got bored of it and tried to brush it off. The others continued playing for another 20 or so minutes before returning. We all sat around the campfire winding down for the night. I could not shake off the feeling of being watched. My whole body was screaming danger, but I did everything in my power to calm it. At the campfire, we played little word games and told stories. Thankfully, none of the scary kind, at least that night. Not sure I could have handled it at the time, and as kids started to go off to bed, it got quieter and quieter around the fire. I focused in on the calming and soothing crackling and humming of the flames. I bathed in its warmth as conversations drifted in and out of my ears. I was starting to feel calm again. That was when a shrill squeal sounded out across the quiet night. We all jumped a mile, looked around frantically as a few other scouts emerged from their tents to investigate this noise. It sounded animalistic and unnatural at the same time. I saw confusion on most of the faces around me. Even the leaders for a split second before they seemed to snap back to reality where they had remained irrational. They explained that there's wild pigs in the region, and that was probably the likely explanation for this sound. I didn't believe it for 1 second. Didn't sound like any kind of wild pig screams I'd heard before. This was not natural. It was the same cadence as something in pain, but something was just off about it, as if something was mimicking the sound. Kind of like those uncanny valley voice recordings, almost. Although, based on my already spooked nature, I'm willing to take on board that it may have just been unsettled already and had pushed me over the edge. That was enough to send us all to bed, but not before reassuring some of the more wild animal-fearing scouts that any wild pigs in the area wouldn't be visiting our campsite to wreak havoc. I struggled to sleep that night, plagued with odd dreams that I wouldn't exactly call nightmares, but they certainly weren't pleasant. I spent the rest of the camp looking over my shoulder and jumping at every small sound. I avoided being alone like the plague, and other than the feeling of being watched, even as we drove away after packing up, nothing else really significant happened. This area is kind of one that I've had many odd occurrences at, but it's also an area I feel a deep connection with. If you ask me about my favorite spots to go camping, this national park would definitely be in the top 3. Something about it is so damn peaceful. It's also pretty full of energy. Haven't been able to visit since it was affected by the Black Summer bushfires in 2020, where over 200,000 acres of land totaling over 80% of the park was destroyed. I look forward to going back soon, but hope I don't run into anything like this story. More Australian bush stories. This story didn't happen to me, but I was a witness to it, and I think it's one of the most fascinating things I've seen occur out in the bush. We were camping in a more populated campsite, which had designated sites to book. This is called the Honeysuckle Creek campsite, and it's gorgeous. It's the perfect spot to camp to walk to the satellite used to assist in the Apollo space mission. We set up on a Friday night, and as we usually did, and everything went pretty smoothly. On the Saturday morning, a group of 20-something guys arrived and set up at a campsite across from us. Their site housed a sheltered area with a fire pit. More so like an open oven-style fire than a fire pit, but I'm not sure what you'd call it exactly. We weren't exactly quiet, or rather they weren't. They were somewhat rowdy, but not to the point where it was bothering us. As the sun started to set, they began to amp up, playing loud music from their speaker, drinking beer and throwing the empty bottles into the trees. Still, they weren't loud enough to really bother us, so we left them to it. As they got their fire going, they took a large log, more like a big chunk of a tree, and sat it by the fire. It was so big that more than half of it was hanging out of the fire pit and resting on the ground. This is very much against the law in Australia. We have very strict fire laws for obvious reasons, and one of the laws states that any fires must be contained to designated fire pits. If a ranger had a witness of their setup, they would have faced a hefty fine. None of us were keen on disturbing the group, so we left them to their own devices. While their fire setup wasn't exactly safe, it wasn't currently causing problems. We all slowly filtered off into our tents. We were all in bed by around 10:30 or 11. I could still hear them throwing their bottles and goofing around and pumping their music. Again, while it was slightly annoying, it wasn't bothering any of us enough to go over and say anything. I've also had trouble falling asleep. I've always had trouble falling asleep and only do so now with the help of strong medication. So as usual, I was still struggling to fall asleep. I'd say it was around 12 when things started to get weird. All of a sudden, the whole group went silent. I heard one of them say, "Did you guys hear that?" I heard mumblings from the others, but it seemed like they were brushing it off. They continued on as normal, maybe even a little bit quieter than before. Not long after, I heard another, shh, guys, what is that?" More mumbling from the group followed, and then a loud crack came from somewhere around the campsite. It was louder than a normal twig snap, but still sounded like some kind of a branch breaking. The next thing I heard was, "Fuck this, I'm gonna go and take a look." And then heavy footsteps and dry leaves. Soon I heard faster, more hurried footsteps returning, crunching leaves and branches, and the same voice say, "Guys, what the fuck was that? I saw something standing in the trees." The person began to describe what they saw, but I only heard bits and pieces as the wind started to pick up. Tall, dark, creepy were the words that I caught. They were hurriedly discussing what was going on. That's when I heard a faint laugh. Going to assume it wasn't one of any of them because one of them said, "Fuck this, I'm not staying here," and then were arguing. The last thing I heard before the wind was far too heavy to hear anything over it was, "Fine, if we're staying, then I'm sleeping in my car." The car door opened, slammed shut. I think the others continued talking for a while, but at this point the wind was so loud you could have sworn you were camping right on a beach listening to the waves crashing. And I did eventually drift off. I felt odd after hearing all of that go down, but I felt safe. Nothing felt negative towards me and my campsite. The next morning I was leading duty patrol, the patrol responsible for cooking of that meal. And I got up around 6, and I promised my patrol members that they could sleep until 6:30, so I figured I'd start warming the barbecue and prepare little things until then. When I emerged from my tent and looked over to the other campsite, I was met with a sight I'd never forget. Everything that they had left out was strewn about, rubbish all around, belongings scattered. Even their solar panel was lying face down in the grass. Assuming it was the heavy wind, I looked around my campsite trying to find anything amiss. I didn't see anything. Cups were left on our tables where they were the night before. Bits and pieces from the kitchen were all in their places. Thinking that was strange, I glanced over at their campsite again. The fire pit was full of soft dirt and a log was still hanging out of it. Something that was kind of odd, but potentially could have been them. It's kind of an uncommon way to put out a fire, but not so uncommon that this is 100% part of the paranormal aspects. What was strange, however, was the pile of empty beer bottles neatly arranged on the ground next to the fire pit. Thought it was all pretty odd, but I continued about my duties. That was until 6:30 I went to go get my patrol members from their tents. That was when the man who slept in his car emerged from the back seat. He looked around the campsite and said, "Nah, bro, what the actual fuck?" Woke up all of his companions. They all looked around as the car guy was ranting about how messed up the situation was, urging them all to leave. As they were looking around, another noticed something on the car. "Bro, look." He was pointing at the iced-up windshield. "Are those handprints? I'm leaving." So if you're wondering if this much swearing is embellished, I urge you to remember that we're all in the Australian bush, and these were all 20-somethings wearing akubras and work boots. The boys packed up camp mighty fast. They were all out of there in under an hour. Nothing happened to us the entire time, and this honestly gives me a bit of a laugh thinking back on it. I truly think they upset something out there, and it gave them a strong message. Why am I the only one that hears the knocks? Today I was in my living room. I was being very still and quiet while I was listening to the TV. That was as my 21-month-old was napping. Two of my dogs were in the living room with me, one napping on the couch and the other was curled up with me in the recliner, napping on my lap. My third dog was out front. And before I explain what happened, I feel I need to explain the setting of my yard. I live in the woods. My front yard is literally just trees. You'd never know my house is here unless you came up the driveway. There's a gate at the bottom of the driveway to enter my property. Then at the top of the driveway there's an additional gate to get into my front yard. The gate to my yard is always closed. It's to keep dogs from roaming the street. And today was no different. So okay, back to the story. Just sitting there with my dogs very quietly when 5 very loud rapid knocks jolted me from my chair. The knocks were so loud and sudden that my heart skipped a beat and my stomach dropped. My immediate thought was, how did anybody get on my porch? My second thought was, wait, what the fuck, none of the dogs reacted? I got up and looked through the peephole. Nothing. All I saw was my big outside dog napping in the dirt. If someone was out there knocking, the last thing any of my dogs would be doing is napping. And yet, all of them were. They never even budged. My big kids, being 16 and 13, were also home. But they were on the other side of the house in their rooms. My son was on his PlayStation, my daughter was studying for her ACT. The way my house is set up is there's no way that they could have gone outside, back in without me knowing. There's not the type of people that prank people anyway. My family's lived in this house for going on 6 years. We started experiencing activity almost right away. My daughter was always saying that she feels like somebody's watching her from the closet, which is creepy as fuck. My son feels things as well. Poltergeist activities occurred, opening cabinets and drawers. However, nothing like this has ever happened where somebody was isolated to the event like I was today. I was the only one experiencing it. Has this ever happened to anybody else, or am I just a loony? A weird, unexplained experience with missing time almost 50 years ago. When I was 8 years old back in the mid-1970s, I was in the Scouts. Me and my sister and my parents lived in a house in a quite safe suburban neighborhood just south of Stockholm, Sweden. It was only about a 20-minute walk from my house to the Scouts group facilities, so I usually walked there or rode my bike. The evening this event took place, I'd walked. About an hour and a half later at 8:30 p.m., I was on my way home. It was mid-October and dark outside at that time of year. I had to pass a large parking lot and closed gas station. Both were poorly lit. In the area, I was always finding it creepy. I hurried past it every time I came, just to this junction. This evening was no different. When I crossed the street, I was finally in my own neighborhood where I knew every tree, bush, stone, nook, and cranny, as kids do. I was walking on the sidewalk along the road leading up to a roundabout. Cars were passing by as usual, even though it wasn't really much traffic at that hour. And that's when it happened. As I took another normal step forward, it was like the entire world suddenly slowed down. Came to a complete stop in just a second. There was a sound that I would much later come to associate with a deep subwoofer THX sort of test sound at the cinema. You know, the one before the movie starts, if you know what I mean. I experienced tunnel vision, and it was completely silent. No cars, no people, no movement, no nothing. The entire situation couldn't have lasted more than 15 or 20 seconds tops. And then it was over just as sudden as it had begun. My left foot that had been frozen in midair for the entire time hit the ground. It was quite frightening yet extremely fascinating. First, I was just standing there stunned. And then, very cautiously, I took a step forward, but nothing happened except my sneakers got wet by stepping into a puddle of water. I suddenly realized that the rain was drizzling down and my clothes and hair were absolutely soaking wet. Only a few seconds before it had been like a clear and calm night, no visible stars. I did find the entire situation quite bizarre and I hurried home. I couldn't wait to tell all my parents what had happened. But as soon as I opened the door, I was met with both my parents in a sheer state of panic. They both asked in an angry tone where I'd been. I became perplexed and defensive, so I stuttered that I might have been to the Scouts. Then I went straight home. My mother pointed at the clock on the wall, told me to stop lying. The clock said 21:55. More than an hour had passed since I left the Scouts. I insisted over and over again that I'd walked straight home, and my mother got even more angry. She was, of course, extremely worried, but it came out as anger. But since I knew I hadn't done anything wrong, and yet was unjustly accused of lying, I got really angry too. I think that caught my parents completely off guard because it was not the reaction they had expected at all. That's when my father turned to my mother and said, "I think he's telling the truth." I'll never forget that because I was so relieved. My mom looked completely bewildered, but stopped yelling and asked again, "But where have you been?" However, this time she was hugging me harder than she'd ever had before. When they realized I wasn't hurt or traumatized and behaved just as usual, my father told me that he walked the exact same route I took between the house and the Scouts facilities 3 times. He was repeatedly calling my name, and I simply wasn't there. They had called the parents of all the families, and they were in the process of calling the police when I stepped through the door. I simply couldn't believe it. They asked me more calmly this time if something had happened along the way, anything at all. I was just about to say that nothing had happened when I remembered the strange incident that I had completely forgotten about due to all the commotion. So, I told them exactly what I had described here above. They looked at me in a mixture of disbelief and fascination, and as far as I can remember, they didn't push it any further. Fact is, the whole situation wasn't really discussed until years later when me and my father talked about it again. I again insisted that things happened exactly like I had told him years ago, and he replied that he wanted to believe me, but the story was simply too fantastic to take in, even after all these years had passed. He said, "You were gone, son. as if you'd simply vanished from the face of the earth. You were missing for more than an hour. Where did that time go? Where did you go? Needless to say, I couldn't answer him. And even later, when my father had died, I talked to my mother about it, and to my surprise, she laughed. She said she always thought I'd been abducted by aliens, as a matter of fact. I'm 55 now, and I still can't make heads or tails of that incident. I never saw any strange lights or disc-shaped objects, but believe me, I really wish I had. That would at least have made some kind of sense. However, I truly hadn't got a clue what happened in that lost hour. All I know is that it happened exactly the way I told you now. I told my wife about it, but I never told anyone else. However, I did write the entire thing down the same night it happened, and so did my mom, I much later found out. So when I wrote this, I based it on both of these accounts. My experience with shadow people. I live in South Australia, and as a kid, around 7 or 8 years old, I woke up one night and I saw a silhouette figure in my bedroom staring at me. I was wide awake, thought this was my sister's friend at the time, because she was coming over more frequently on the weekend for sleepovers. But as I was waiting for a response from it, I realized it was still school week. Nobody had come over. The shadow looked solid short, had 2 pinpricks of light coming from where its eyes should have been. I was full of dread. It hadn't moved or faded away after my realization. Thought something bad might happen to me if I continued to look at it. Actually, I had to turn away from it to make it disappear. I had a lot of relief to see it gone, but ended up putting this off as my imagination afterwards. Cut forward a few years later. I'm 11 and living in a new house. This was my second encounter. At 12 p.m. I went downstairs to drink water, completely stopped when I reached the bottom. There was a shadow figure sitting up against the bottom of our white couch, I guess on the floor. And at the time, I knew that both my brother and his friend were at this sort of lounge because they were playing video games last time I went down. I think I knew something was off. I heard others say that there are many different types of shadow people, but I'm pretty sure this was the same one. Same body size, shape, and look in the eyes while staring back. I didn't feel anything this time, just confusion. Probably because I wasn't cornered in my room and this was sort of out in the open. Anyway, I walk off to get my drink, and when I come back, I was shocked to see that the figure was gone and that both brother and friend were fast asleep. I don't remember much after, just going up the stairs and probably went to sleep myself. My mom used to say that she could hear footsteps on the ceiling every night. She's terrified of ghosts or spirits. Even mentioned that she used to see a misty shadow leave me in my siblings' shared bedroom. It would open up the childproof gate and go downstairs. We used to get sent off to our dad's house on the weekend, but her fear was that bad that she used to leave one of us back home as a sacrifice, maybe. A lot of this stuff has been put off by myself, and I guess I thought something bad would happen if I acknowledged it fully. But this is what really did it for me. It's either 2020 or 2021, and I'm in a class with a friend for some reason. I brought some photos of me when I was young, showed them to her, and we started joking about how creepy they look. Out of nowhere, she mentions the house that I lived in when I was 11 and how haunted it was. At that point, I just let her explain herself to see what she had meant. She explains everything my mom was experiencing, but worse. She was apparently sleeping in her room when she woke up and saw a shadow mist everywhere. Something circling her, loud banging on the walls or the entire room. Said that she felt anger coming from the shadow, basically being harassed by it. No one else woke her up but her, despite the noise. This whole conversation just left me speechless because I never would have expected her to experience this. The fact I don't remember her ever being in her house or even visiting it really creeped me out. This made me reconsider stuff as I was 17 at the time, wondering if this is the same shadow entity, and if so, why does it appear differently to others? Now I'm 21. Family and I have been living in this new house for about a year now, and recently, my mom said she saw something walk into the bathroom into her bedroom and shut the door. She mistook it for one of us. She was waiting outside of it and got impatient enough to open it up and saw no one inside. I had a chat with her boyfriend about it. He does believe in spirits. He woke up one time, saw one of these shadows all up in his face, freaked the hell out, told me he was living alone on a farm. It just seems this isn't as rare of an occurrence as I thought. I used to hear other kids in high school have their fair share of weird experiences, but either way, I'm not assuming anything. Dormitory ghost. So this happened back when I was studying in a boarding school. This was in Kotagiri, Tamil Nadu. I was in the 10th grade and we were in the middle of board exam preparation. So the girls' dormitory at our schools was one huge space divided into 4 sections, each for grades 9 to 12. The 9th graders had vacations and their dormitory section lights were off. That was while the rest of us still had school. So one usual night after our dinner, we got back to our dorms, and the akas, the ladies who work in the dormitories, they switched off the lights, got everybody to their beds, and left the dorm to go to their rooms. Me and friends were sneaked off into the 11th graders section to chit-chat with everybody. We were just having fun. Then suddenly there was this black bug on the floor that scared us. We were trying to trap the bug at the same time. We couldn't really see it properly since the dorm lights were off. We used our study lamps to catch it. So 2 girls were in the middle of doing that, and that's when they continued doing that, and I lifted my head for a second from the floor. I looked to the opposite side where I can see the 9th dorm, and all of a sudden I see this huge lady. And by huge, I mean huge. They were wearing a white nightgown. At least, that's what it looked like. Also had a pink scarf on her head. She was standing facing her back and not moving at all. At first, I was actually confused when I saw it. Then I just thought to myself, no way. I stared at it for 5 seconds more. I was hoping that it would just be an akka in the dorm, and then I realized all the akkas left the dorm and the 9th graders are on vacations. I immediately asked the other girls around me what it was. They had not noticed the lady until then. When they looked at it, they were just all shocked, and all of us were getting paranoid because we were looking at the study lamps and pointing at the lady and wasn't moving even then, just standing still, facing with her back to us. We had a couple of Thai friends who were with us at the time, and the moment they saw it, they just shut their mouths and hugged each other and sat. They knew that it was real. The Thai kids at school used to experience paranormal stuff a lot. I called my best friends who were talking in the washroom to come out and be with me. I was too scared. And that was when another girl who didn't see the lady yet got up confused, asking everybody what was happening. She took one look at it and screamed. We all started hiding since we were supposed to be asleep. We knew the akkas would come. Then they came from their rooms, asked what happened, why we were all out of our beds. We just made the excuse that there was a big bug. So our friend screamed because she was scared of that. The akkas switched on the dormitory lights, and when we looked at the 9th dorm room, the lady in white was gone. First ghost sighting at age 40. In my 20s, a few weird things happened at my mom's new house, like me hearing a woman's voice in the room behind me. That was while my mom was asleep on the other side of the house. My mom said it must have been her, but that would have defied physics. I also experienced feeling strange presences, which I brushed off as anxiety at being home alone in a big house at night when my mom and stepdad were out of town. I was living there in college. My aunt had always told me she'd seen a few ghosts in her lifetime, and I truly believed her, so I was a confused child. My uncle did too, but he was a notorious storyteller and attention seeker. In the past several years, I've become much more spiritual, and I've really understood the depths of the unknown and our limitations of understanding paranormal activity. Recently, my husband and I stayed at a hotel that was notoriously haunted. I was a little bit freaked out at the time, but not terribly. Figured I'd be safe even if I saw something. My husband doesn't believe in ghosts. We even stayed in a supposedly haunted room. Nothing really ever happened. One night we were walking around outside the hotel. It was around 10 p.m. near all these tables and chairs. There was a man dressed in a uniform walking purposefully back and forth like he was the last person closing down an event. He didn't look at us, but walked within 10 feet of us a few times while my husband and I chatted about the area. As we walked back into the hotel, I asked my husband if he had seen on the marquee what type of event had happened there earlier in the evening. He said he didn't know, asked me why I thought there had even been an event. Well, I said because we just saw that server walking around closing everything down. So, he asked me what I was talking about. I was flabbergasted because he's sometimes not very observant. But I knew there was no way he couldn't have seen this guy. He's walking back and forth right in front of us. And as I reflected later, I realized that I never saw the man actually doing anything, just walking back and forth purposely. My husband thinks he was just oblivious and didn't see the guy. But we also checked and found that there was no event in that space earlier. Does openness to spirituality affect one's ability to see ghosts? Does it seem possible that this happened to me? Yes. A spirit spoke through me. I haven't told many people about this experience, but it seems like this would be a good place to share. Indeed. This happened about 20 years ago when I was 14. My friend's mother was very into paranormal stuff in the whole world. And one night, we, being myself, my friend, her mom, and a few other friends, decided that we wanted to use their Ouija board. Oh boy. We turned off all the lights in the house, but lit a couple of candles on each side of the board, which we had sitting on their coffee table. So we all sat in a circle. That was while her mom told us a few rules about the board. Suddenly, my friend goes, "Let's do a seance." Her mom tells us to all join hands, and no matter what happens, do not break the circle. Her mom starts asking if there was anybody with us, if any spirits would like to communicate with us, etc. A few minutes went by and we hear a huge crashing sound come from my friend's room, followed by what sounds like people walking around in the bedroom. We all look at Laura, my friend's mom, and she yells out, "Hello?" Another loud crash and we hear somebody say, "Shh." Then all of a sudden my entire right side goes completely ice cold. Tears start streaming down my face. I have no idea why I'm crying. Look at my friend's mom and I say, "Everything will be all right, Laura." I lean in and blow out the candle that was sitting in front of me. Laura gasps, starts crying, and backs up from the table. My friend runs to turn on the light and she looks at me and says, "Why did you say your name like that?" When I say Laura, I pronounce it as Laura. But when I was talking to her, I said Laura. Or Laura. I think the last name Lowry. Laura. Got it. I told my friend I wasn't sure why I had done any of that. But it didn't feel like I was, in control for a whole minute. almost like somebody else was steering. She then tells me that I said her mom's name exactly like her mom's ex, Dale. That's how he used to say her name. Her mom told us that Dale was extremely abusive, even tried to kill her towards the end of their relationship. Dale was killed in a motorcycle accident 5 years before. We were so freaked out, and then my friend wanted to check her bedroom where she had heard the crashing sounds. When we walked into her mattress and box spring in a frame, they were all thrown around the room, and her nightstand was knocked over. I still get chills when I think about that night. Such a strange experience, and it definitely made me a believer. My friend that I live with died, and he's still here in the house. He was 75 and was in good health until he had a stent put in. In short, he passed away in August, and since then I've seen a white, wispy, see-through apparition go down the stairs. My dog saw it too, and she was barking. My roommate, who is his wife, saw an outline of what she describes as a man with broad shoulders. She thinks it may have been his wings, standing at the foot of the bed with the nightlight behind him. Same dog saw that as well. The dog woke up my roommate anyway, and she was still in sleep paralysis, wanted to scream but couldn't move. She felt a calm come over her, so she relaxed and fell back asleep. Then at around 3 a.m. I heard 3 loud booming footsteps, then heard my doorknob being grabbed. Each night I hear the footsteps, although it's not at the same time. Not sure what to make of all this, but the grabbing of my doorknob had me shoot up out of bed, got my full attention. Been trying to fall asleep when I heard it loud and clear. And what troubles me is that it felt like the hospice team of nurses were poisoning him. He even said as much to me. Looking up the drugs they gave him, it says that it's used as an antipsychotic. Not sure why a dying man would need it. The night he died, he threw his bottled water at me, soaking my shirt, and he was alive and lucid. Not what you'd expect somebody who is dying to look and act like. Any thoughts? From my experience, they do some horrible things in those places. So, I don't know. Disembodied singing and vocals at Lake George, New York. We stayed at Lake George Battlefield Campground. Our last night camping was Sunday, July 16th. That was in 2023. Right after midnight, my friends went to use the bathroom, left me alone by the fire. That's when I heard a woman's voice singing in the woods. It was spooky, but also dreamlike. I describe it as singing because it sounded so practiced, but it was sort of an arpeggiated note, no words. I would also describe it as sad and possibly ritualistic. Startled, I tried to record it because it was definitely audible. I figured if my ears can pick it up, so can a mic. No chance. I responded with vocals of my own, then asked who was there. No response. My friends returned about 10 minutes later and the singing stopped. That was as I heard their footsteps approaching from the road. They told me it was bullfrogs. The pitch changes and the length of the notes was no way a bullfrog or forest animal. And for reference, the campsite we stayed at was 200 feet south of the Isaac Jock's Monument. There's a nature trail about 400 feet west. It's down a hill from our site. In front of the nature trail is the Tiki Hotel. You can see those lights through the foliage. I'm only thinking it was someone practicing some Native American ritual. We've stayed at the same campsite every year for the past 5, but this is our first time staying into Monday morning. Would anybody know what goes on out there on Sundays? Minor paranormal event in broad daylight. This happened like an hour ago or so. I'm at my father's and decided to go to a restaurant for some breakfast. The place was packed, and on another level, every table had people at it. We sat down at this table that was completely surrounded by other tables. They were all packed with people. Got some coffee and were just waiting for the waiter to come by and ask for our order. I hadn't touched my coffee because it was super hot and I was just messing with my phone. That's when, out of the corner of my eye, thought I saw it move. I looked at it and it was just sitting there. Figured I'd imagined it. The waiter came by and I gave her our order. So I was just sitting there not really paying attention to anything. Then it moved again, but I just happened to be staring near it. It legit moved like a solid 6 inches across the table. I could hear it, and I saw it. I looked at my dad and asked if he saw it move. He said he hadn't because he was staring at his phone. Didn't seem to be bothered by my observation. Multiple times while eating, I would go to reach for it, and it would be slightly in a different place than where I thought I placed it. I've had other paranormal events, but they're usually audio ones. However, this is the first to actually just happen right in front of me. Broad daylight, surrounded by people. Probably not going to do anything about it, but just figured I'd tell the story here. If you're wondering, it was in the Perkins restaurant. It's at a bakery in Butte, Montana. Or Butte, B-U-T-T-E, Montana. Have any of you had a very public ghost or paranormal event happen to you? So over a year ago, I was at my father's for the weekend, and before he took me home we went to a restaurant for breakfast. This was at the Perkins Restaurant and Bakery. It's in Butte, or Butte, I don't know how to say that, Montana. It was Sunday morning, probably 10 a.m., and it was packed. We walked in and my father's first words were, "We might have to find somewhere else." We managed to get some seats. They were in the middle row of tables between 2 rows of booths to our right and left. We were at the very end of the line, right next to the door. The waitress comes by and we both get coffee. The coffee is hot as hell. That's pretty hot. Too much to even touch, which I learned by burning myself in the ceramic. Anyways, we're looking through our menus when something happens in the corner of my eye over the menus I'm holding. I look up, but I don't quite catch it. I just look back at the menu. The second I look back at the menu, something shifts again. So I look up. I watch as my full-to-the-brim coffee cup slides a solid 14 inches across the table. Wasn't super fast, probably took about 3 seconds to move the distance. Tripping all over myself. It's because of the extreme deja vu I'm experiencing. How about you guys? I didn't even know what to think, and to be honest, I thought it might have been magnets, but the table was solid. After drinking the coffee, it was clear it was a standard cast ceramic. I asked my dad if he saw it. He said he hadn't. Finished the meal without anything else happening, trying to contemplate what the fuck just happened. This is where the story gets interesting. Again, I will reiterate that this happened in front of me. It was on Sunday morning in a packed restaurant with packed booths to my right and left. Clear as day, bright as sunshine, because the window's to my right. Anyway, I went home and I lived with my grandmother at the time. She greeted me crying, saying that my Uncle Mike died that morning due to heart failure. Side note, I don't know if this is everywhere, but in Montana, the friend of your parent or grandparent is your uncle, even if they're not related to you. Mike was such a case. My grandmother and him had been friends for 40 plus years. I barely knew him. We spent some time together in my childhood, and I did some work on his property when I was 15, but other than that, he was just my grandmother's friend to me. I told her the story of what happened earlier that morning. Since she's a firm believer, she was rather comforted by it, but it left me with some questions. 1. If it was my uncle, why me? We didn't really know each other that well. Why would he seek to do something for me and not my grandmother or sister? 2. If it wasn't him, why would some random ghost be moving my stuff around in the middle of the day in a packed restaurant? Again, this wasn't some dot on a camera or some shadow in the corner of my eye. I watched the cup move. Eyes were on it for a solid 2 seconds. I've seen a lot of paranormal stuff, but none so blunt. But perhaps not as blunt as how I will end this. See ya. Greetings, truth seekers. Welcome to Paranormal M, where we dare to explore the uncharted territories of the supernatural. Subscribe and enable notifications to join us on our quest for the paranormal. Get ready to be intrigued. Saw the classic white dress, long black hair ghost as a child. Not very eventful, but I haven't told many people. I'm now 26, but at the time I was about 6 or 7. For context, I was a very rule-abiding child, terrified of causing a scene or making my parents upset. I was also intelligent and skeptical. For example, I figured out Santa Claus on my own around 5 or 6, just by giving the concept some thought. So I wasn't a gullible kid or have an imaginary friend or make up stories. I also hadn't really, seen any of this imagery as a kid. I'm having deja vu. As for my mom, she was and is a pretty serious woman. Had a healthy level of fear of her. She wasn't somebody I'd ever lie to or pull a prank on. I gave all that context because I've been told many times that this was my imagination, or that I made up a story. But I'm 100% sure that it was not. I can still see it clearly. I was in the back seat while my mom was driving us to our grandmother's home. It's on the highway in the U.S. It's southeast of Michigan. It's on I-94 West. I'd been on this route a million times, but this day I looked up at the viaduct. Definitely having deja vu. Definitely read this. Somebody else yell at the person who gets me stories. This is otherwise known as the bridge carrying the other freeway. I saw the classic female spirit archetype of a woman with long black hair and long white old-timey dress. She was hanging from the viaduct. What's weird is she looked like she was hanging from her chin, as if the bottom of her chin were flush to the cement. I saw no rope. I immediately said, "Mom, did you see that woman hanging?" She was shocked and asked what I meant. So I repeated myself, and of course she assumed that a suicide occurred. She believed me so much that she got off the next exit and re-entered the freeway, so that way we could pass under the same viaduct, and again, only to see absolutely nothing. Can't believe it. Kept asking my mom maybe she walked away. But my mom said there's no way. She should have fallen or still have been hanging. She convinced me it was my imagination. But I can tell that she knew I wasn't lying or making up a story, as I didn't like to get into trouble. And I googled the area but never found anything relevant to what I saw. I also forgot about the story for a long time. It was so real to me that I never considered it to be a ghost story until I got older and put the 2 and 2 together. She was always just some hanging lady to me, but I definitely have an underlying fear of any character that resembles the Grudge or the Samara, the girl from The Ring. Crossing my fingers for no other repeats. You would think that there wouldn't be, but here it is. Woke up to massive hooded figures staring at me from my bathroom. In 2007, my parents and I decided to take a trip to Italy. We went to Rome, went to Venice, and then to Tuscany to finish off our trip. I was very young, so I really don't remember much. I'm now a 20-year-old male. Although I do remember it being really fun, as I loved to travel even at a young age. So fast forward to arriving to Tuscany. My father decided that instead of going to another hotel, we would rent a home for us to stay in for the week. I guess the plan was to go to like a few vineyards, explore the Tuscan countryside. Maybe kick back, since we'd been touring Italy for over 2 weeks already. My dad ended up renting a beautiful home. It was roughly 45 minutes from the closest city nearby. It was a rustic home, originally built in the 1630s. It was made entirely of stone. It had been somewhat renovated, of course, but the entire interior of the home remained the same and was considerably dark during the afternoon. I think that was since not much light really entered the home. It had a very large old kitchen, and the owner had tons of cats that lived in and around the house, which I loved because I really liked cats. The home was very isolated since it was basically a ranch-style home and had a wonderful property filled with olive trees. I would say that the entire property was roughly 2 acres. The house was maybe 1,500 square feet in total, so not necessarily big. When we arrived, the owner greeted us. We unloaded our luggage from the car that we had rented. I remember her giving us a little tour of the home and the property, and that was that. My room was directly adjacent to my parents' room. It didn't have a door. It was just a short hallway between the two of them. Once we were settled in, my parents went on their own little tour of the property. Decided I should take a nap since we were going to the restaurant later that night. This is where it gets scary. I remember my dad laying me down on the small bed in my room, telling me that they wouldn't be too long. The room was very small. It was roughly 20 by 20 feet. I had a small window to the left of my bed close to the ceiling. The bathroom was directly in front of my bed. I am and have always been an easy sleeper, so I dozed off easily. I'm not sure how long I was out for, but I woke up when I heard the faint sound of the main door opening, and that meant that my parents were back. I remember opening my eyes and seeing late afternoon light. It was barely pouring into the room. It was cloudy that day, so it was pretty dark, and this is the part I vividly remember. Then I turned my head to the bathroom door in front of me, which was almost fully open, and directly in front of me there's a suddenly like a massive cloaked thing staring at me. The figure must have been at least 6'5". It was draped in a long black cloth from head to toe. There was an opening for the face, but I could see nothing but black. I remember feeling the intensity of its gaze on me, like it was analyzing me, if that makes sense. My dad then steps into the room. I turn my head and I see him. I look back, and it's gone. I guess I was so young that I thought nothing of it and never mentioned it to my parents. That same night, my mom starts to feel really uncomfortable. My mother has always been very sensitive to the supernatural, and has always easily picked up on bad vibes. The following night, my mom pulls me out of my room so I can sleep in their bed. It's mostly because she's scared to death of whatever this entity is. Years later, she told me that she will never forget the intensity of hatred and heaviness that she felt this thing putting on her. She said it felt like an intruder in that home, that whatever that thing was wanted my mom the fuck out of there. By the third night, My mom's having back-to-back nightmares. Ends up breaking down in tears, telling my dad that she's been experiencing all this. He's in awe. He's not really sensitive to all the paranormal stuff and had no idea. During the day, all was well. We had a great time together as a family, but at night, it was an immediate energy shift according to her. Like if at night it was the same room, but in a parallel universe, she said. For some reason, when I saw the entity myself, I felt off limits, like it couldn't do anything to me and I was protected. But it had no problem letting my mom know how it felt about us being there. The next day, I guess my dad gave an excuse to the owner as to why we had to end our trip early. We sped out of there. A quiet night in Boynton Beach, Florida. So my parents are divorced. My mom still lives in our old house. Their income together was able to make us upper middle class. We have big windows in the back of our house. Very open and not super private. I mean, we're safe. My brother has had a prior ghost experience a few years ago. That was when he was about 7. I'm about 12 and about to be 13 in May. It's currently January 1st, 2023. I came from a trip with my dad, and this happened around 8 p.m., and my current knowledge is below. My mom told us she was dictating a Microsoft Word. It's in her office room. Then she stopped talking and thought about, she was thinking without any noise because she was alone. And it read, "Hey." Then she deleted it and thought it to be maybe a glitch. And it typed it again. The house was quiet, like pin drop quiet. I haven't learned much more. Right now I'm freaked out and everything seems normal. I'm playing prayers over my brother on the phone and my mom's friends over with us. I don't know how Reddit really works because I'm new to it. I'll try to update everybody every day with any news that I get. We're going to sleep in one room together, not the friend, but that's obvious. We're going to play Chow Pai Sahib. My family has many ghost stories that are on my dad's side, like my grandpa and dad on Prince Edward Island up in Canada. But that's a whole other story, and they're very long. It's honestly easier to speak, so I might never really post it. Kind of hard to type it out with the background. Right now, we're starting to burn incense. I'll join you. So I'm new to this. So me and my husband moved into a gently haunted house. Twice now he's seen me in his periphery. Except I'm either in a completely different room or right next to him. The first time I was in the living room, downstairs. That's when he saw me go past him in the bathroom. The second time I was upstairs when he saw me go into the kitchen. These are startling situations. Whenever he gets quiet and says my name while not moving, I get scared and I start shivering. I asked him to describe what he sees when he sees me, because I haven't seen them and obviously I'm thinking the worst. He says it's just me-sized shape moving in the dark, but he's not afraid. Incidentally, we're also renovating the basement. We have to rip up and out the paneling and carpet because there's a serious mold problem down there. And at one point there was some sewage. Nasty. It's gross. I bet. I know that can rustle up some activity, and there's a small stream flowing next to the house and a sizable duck pond across the street. The house itself was built in the mid-50s. My uncle has owned it since about early 90s, up until last June when my grandmother passed. Then he took her house and we got this one. When my husband said that he was seeing me-sized shapes, I thought maybe it was my grandmother, since we were similar in height. But it turns out my uncle has seen them too. He says it's the previous owners, Mr. and Mrs. Hopkins. And they didn't really bother him, they just would walk around sometimes. I'm familiar with residual hauntings, but I never experienced one. 99% of my ghostly knowledge comes from the likes of Zach Baggins and Grant Wilson. They tell me that residuals are largely harmless and they won't interact with me. They're more like reruns. I found some snips from Ghost Hunting for Dummies kind of thing, written by Zach apparently. It gave all kinds of possible triggers from barometric pressure to the water content of bricks. Specifically said that, well, they aren't really even ghosts, more like images. If they try to interact with them, they'll just disappear. So do I keep myself from being startled by thinking of them as like just big moths that got inside? Just confused. Guys who can't hurt me, but nevertheless jarring to find when I'm not expecting to see them. I don't know how you treat moths, so I can't advise you. Either I have really smart cats, or my house is haunted. So this is a little bit weird. We moved into this new place a little over 3 months ago. When we first toured it had such happy vibes and just felt so warm and cozy. But randomly things started getting a little unnerving at times. I used to do a lot of homework at night after my husband and daughter went to bed, so I could spend more time with them during the day. It was my relaxation time, honestly. But suddenly it started feeling just off when I was in that part of the house at night by myself. I started constantly feeling like I was being watched or something was behind me when I would be washing dishes. I no longer do my chores at night or leave my bedroom because it feels so creepy in there. My daughter also keeps occasionally looking at corners of our room and just stares or occasionally smiles at whatever she's looking at. It scares the hell out of me. I also randomly experienced sleep paralysis in the midst of all of this the second time ever in my life. But I could have sworn it was someone or something holding me down in bed. I tried to scream for my husband, but I couldn't do anything. I'm not sure if I was just dreaming that or what. The really strange thing is, my baby has this winter hat that I can't really remember how it ended up in the living room to begin with, but one day it was in the middle of her huge playpen. I was in a hurry to put her down and sort of just let my dogs out. So I just grabbed it, threw it by her toy box that's in the small built-in sort of along the side of her playpen. Well, every single day for the past month or two, the hat's been right back at that same place every single morning. At first, I just thought nothing of it. I'd just toss it and move on because I assumed my cats were doing it in the night. I've never seen them have any interest in something like a hat. I've never seen them be able to go to where her toys are, so it was a bit strange. But it was the only explanation that I had. I was complaining to my husband as we were leaving early in the morning that damn hat was there again a few days ago. Well, he just grabbed it quickly and shoved it into this vet box toy that my daughter has, and they were walking out and said that there's no way the cats will get it now. I completely forgot about this until yesterday morning. When I walked out into the living room, there was a freaking hat in the same exact spot it always was in the center of her playpen. I was immediately spooked because the toy it was in had like a sort of a small door on it, and a door on it. And there's an opening above, so maybe a cat could pull it from there, but the door was wide open. And this door takes some force to open. My baby can't even open it. So I know my cats wouldn't be able to. I'm so weirded out because it won't stop. Keeps being put in the exact same spot. Put my hat into my daughter's sort of toy and just see what happens. If it ends up back in that playpen, I'm never going to be able to sleep again. I followed a ghost on the beach at night alone. This happened about an hour ago, so it's still really fresh on my mind. I'm on vacation right now. I'm in El Salvador. I was on the beach talking with my mom and my sister-in-law when my niece called my name. She went with my stepdad and brother to get some food for us. Get to the restaurant, you have to walk to the beach. Anyway, she called my name and went out with a flashlight to look for her. So I thought she needed me. Thought I saw her laying down in the sand with a flash. I was walking toward her, but ended up going back, and a man stands up and walks away and disappears into thin air. Then I saw some kind of big gray orb speed through somewhat my direction, but it went away. Then I saw two figures standing looking right at me by the pool. I swore that my niece's voice was yelling my name, but when I was yelling her name back, she wasn't responding. I know they feed off of fear. I'm really trying not to be scared, but this was my first experience encountering something like this. I'm so glad I didn't go to that person because it was really dark out and I was alone. I feel like I'll be fine, but that was so weird. The whole time my niece was in the restaurant not calling my name, and it feels great talking about it online because, to be honest, I just can't believe that actually happened. And I don't really believe in ghosts. I'm gonna try to sleep tonight, but I don't know if I will. Hope I do. Ask Reddit. It was one night I was in bed watching TV. It was around 2 a.m. That was until I started hearing footsteps from upstairs. I usually think that it was one of my parents that needed to use the bathroom, or maybe my dog. Maybe they wanted to come downstairs to eat or to drink water. I ignored it and kept watching TV until I heard a noise in the kitchen. I got up, went to the kitchen, and it was nothing. Thought I had paranoia about thinking that somebody was downstairs to do something. Next day it was nighttime, roughly 1:30 a.m. That was until I heard the same thing from yesterday. Got up to check, saw in the living room a weird-looking black deformed body standing. I ran back to my room and didn't sleep at all until it was daytime. Never went back out to check if there was a noise outside my doorknob unless it was one of my parents knocking on the door asking me to go to sleep or urgently to use the bathroom. I never experienced that ever in my life, and won't again. I have another one as well. I was in a car ride on my way back to go home for my family. That was until I got bored of using my phone and stared at the window. When we going through the forest, I saw mysterious persons in the woods with a big grin, side-headed looking at me in my eyes until I looked in its eyes as well, which was all red. I stopped looking and had the weirdest chills going through me and went back to using my phone. Never even told anyone about this. Ask Reddit. I went to a meditation retreat where we would spend most of the day sitting and meditating. It was a big room. Picture something like a sports hall. Everybody had designated seats, or as they put it, designed seats, with about 1 square meter of area for themselves. The rows were aligned and everyone was in line. There were about 200 people in this hall. You would hear the instructions, then close your eyes. You weren't supposed to make any noise or keep your eyes closed until they told you to open. Like about an hour at a time, and Of course, being my first time, I could never be still and meditate for that long. So I would wind up opening my eyes and looking around and watching people. Sometimes there'd be others also looking around too, and on the third day I noticed this woman, she rolls her head. Or rather, woman 2 rolls ahead, which we're going to assume is Rose. Nah, we'll go with rolls. So to go back, on the third day there I noticed this woman 2 rolls ahead and 1 to the right. She was moving very weirdly. She would have jolts of arm movements, and she would shake uncontrollably. I just sat there and watched, a bit shocked and a bit confused. It got progressively worse as the day went on, starting to freak me out. On the 6th day, I'm sitting there trying to meditate and open my eyes to see her shaking and moving one arm above her head like one of those blow-up things that are at gas stations. I believe those are called wacky waving inflatable arm flailing tube men. FYI. It was moving up and down like if a gust of wind lifted and then it fell. And this was all at the same time like this shaking of her torso and head. I'm watching it gobsmacked. And then she suddenly stops abruptly. Her head falls forward so her chin is touching her chest, and she starts twisting her head left all the way around until she locks eyes with me. Oh man, my heart never beat so fast. It was like a horror movie. Her face turned around towards me in that weird position. Her hair covering most of her face, and through it I could see her eyes watching me. She did that for about 10 minutes, and the sound for us to stop started. It would be a sort of song to raise you back into consciousness. She turned forward, sat straight, got up, and went ahead with the day as cheery as can be. That cut me off from meditating altogether. Still scared of her and had nightmares about her coming into my dorm room the rest of my stay at the retreat. Yeah, most people don't see exorcism stylings at meditation centers, much less 2 rolls away. Ask Reddit. Years ago, I used to work at a nature facility. This is about 500 acres with a few miles of walking trails. One day I had a lady come to the office, tell me that there was a dead armadillo in the middle of one of the trails. Oh no. So I went to clean it up. It had a single bite to its underbelly. The next day I was walking the trails, I came across another armadillo. Same thing, single bite to the underbelly. This went on for about 14 days. Every day I had to remove an armadillo. Number 13 on a trail on the backside of the park. When I was cleaning up the armadillo, an old man looked to be in his late 70s with sun-weathered skin. Walked up to me and he was wearing a Western-style shirt. He said he's just messing with you. I said, "Hey bud, what you talking about?" He said, "The trickster." I said, "Do what now?" He said, "The coyote is just messing with you. He thinks it's funny how mad you get." I said, "Well, I wish he'd stop." The old man just chuckled and started walking off. I told him to have a good day, bud. He waved while walking off and said, "You too." He was turning the bend in the trail, and I tossed the armadillo into the brush. I was less than 10 seconds behind this old man. He turned the bend and he was gone. I looked all over for him. I walked the trails for hours asking everybody if they'd seen him. No one had. Next day when I got to work, I went to the office to check my emails. I opened the window blinds and there was an armadillo with one bite in his underbelly laying under the window. That was the last one, number 14. Sat there thinking the old man sure did geometric coyotes in a desert. I'm pretty sure that old man was the trickster. If he's the one killing armadillos, he's also a bastard. I guess you guys can tell I have a bias towards armadillos for some reason. The Haunting of Dow Hill. A terrifying encounter. Intrigued by the tales of eerie occurrences and restless spirits that pervaded the sinister landscape of Dow Hill, I embarked on a journey to Kurseong, West Bengal. The place had an eerie aura, with mist-draped trees that whispered unsettling secrets in a ghastly incoherent language. Dow Hill's beauty was marred by the underlying dread that had earned it a reputation as one of the most haunted places in India. As I entered Dow Hill, the mist thickened into a suffocating shroud, and an invisible presence seemed to slither around me, chilling me to the bone. The Dow Hill Girls' School stood like a looming specter, its grand architecture shrouded in shadow even in broad daylight. The legend spoke of a dark history, a history of suffering and tragedy that had woven a tapestry of despair into the very fabric of the school. Warning. I just read the word tapestry and specter. So this is probably a story that was translated from a different language into AI to make it readable by English people. So we're going to keep going anyway. Decades ago, the school had been a place of strict discipline and harsh punishment. The head mistress, a stern and merciless woman, ruled with an iron fist, inflicting physical and emotional torment upon the young girls under her care. The tales told of girls who had mysteriously disappeared, their anguished cries echoing through the walls at night. It was rumored that one particularly ill-fated girl had been locked in the basement as punishment for a minor transgression. She was left there for days, forgotten by the cruel head mistress. When they finally opened the door, they found her lifeless body, her eyes filled with the haunting terror that had frozen on her face. As I ventured closer to the school, the air grew colder. The heavy silence was punctuated by the unmistakable sounds of footsteps echoing through the empty halls. My heart raced as I turned to find no one there. Yet the eerie footfalls persisted, as if the very walls held the tormented souls of the past, imprisoned for eternity. With trepidation, I continued deeper into the woods, where the legend of the headless boy haunted my thoughts. The rustling leaves and creaking branches took on a more sinister tone, their grotesque forms resembling skeletal fingers reaching out to grasp me. A chilling, maniacal laughter filled the air, echoing through the trees like a maddening cry of lost souls. As the sun began to fade, casting long, foreboding shadows, the forest grew darker. A thick, impenetrable fog descended, cloaking everything in an oppressive, soul-suffocating darkness. However, the sense of foreboding only intensified as I reached the Victoria Boys' School. That was where a teacher had tragically entered her life. An icy gust of wind swept through the decrepit building, extinguishing my feeble flashlight, and the faint sobbing seemed to emanate from all directions, as if the very walls wept with sorrow. Only an AI would say a feeble flashlight. What do you think, guys? Is this AI or is this a person? Guess I should ask them. It was as if the tormented spirits of the past were reaching out to me, their anguish palpable. Retreating swiftly, I couldn't escape the feeling that I'd ventured into a nightmarish world where the boundaries between the living and dead blurred beyond recognition. The legends of Dow Hill were not mere tales, but chilling and horrifying in the reality I'd experienced firsthand. As I hurriedly retraced my steps through the eerie forest, the fog thickened, swallowing every landmark. Each rustling leaf and sinister tree branch seemed to morph into grotesque lurking figures whispering malevolently. The forest's darkness deepened, becoming a suffocating presence, and I could feel unseen eyes watching my every move. A sense of overwhelming dread clawed at my chest as if unseen hands were tightening around my throat. I could no longer discern the path I had taken. Panic welled up within me as I realized I was hopelessly lost. The echoes of the mournful sobbing from the Victoria Boys' school still was reverberating my ears. It grew louder, and it grew more tormented. In this oppressive darkness, I stumbled upon an ancient overgrown cemetery. It was hidden deep within the forest. Crooked tombstones loomed like jagged teeth, and a blood-curdling scream pierced the night. It was echoing through this graveyard. I turned, heart pounding, but there was nothing to see. Just an unsettling silence that followed this scream. Suddenly, from the shadows, a spectral figure emerged, a woman in a tattered white saree. Her hollow eyes fixed upon me with a malevolent glare. She beckoned with a skeletal hand, and her voice filled with despair and rage. She whispered, "Join us." Terrified, I turned and ran blindly, crashing through underbrush and thorns, driven by sheer terror. My breath came in ragged gasps, and my heart threatened to burst from my chest as I desperately sought an escape from the relentless horror of Dow Hill. Hours later, I stumbled out of the forest, shaken to my core and forever haunted by the nightmarish experiences in Dow Hill. It was a place where the veil between the living and the dead was thin, a place where the tormented spirits of the past would forever yearn for release from their eternal suffering. In Dow Hill, Curacao, the mysteries of unexplained phenomena persisted. An unending nightmare where the natural and supernatural converged in a nightmarish tapestry of unspeakable horror. Definitely. My rule of thumb is if there's no spelling errors and you hear tapestry, it might not be real. Fun to read correct grammar, though. Anyway. Ask Reddit. I wouldn't say distressing, but it's a big reason I keep my bedroom door shut while sleeping. Also a big reason I keep the lights on at night. Well, when I was in middle school, I kept my bedroom door open one night. That night, my father was out drinking or something. And I say something as he was cheating on my mother at this time, so who's to say? He didn't come back by the time I went to bed. So when I heard the front door slam shut in the middle of the night, I thought Dad's home. Then I went back to sleep as I'd heard him walk up the stairs to the living room. The house I lived in, for context, had stairs right as you entered through the front door or the garage door. Went up to the living room and down to the basement. Then more stairs when you walked up, leading to the bedrooms on the third floor. They were over the garage. Never heard him walk up to my parents' bedroom that was in view from my bedroom door. I felt something was watching me. I woke up slowly to see what I presumed was my father in the doorway. I squinted at him because he plays jokes like this, trying to scare me and my sisters. When I got a good look at the man in the doorway, I couldn't see any features. I went to wipe my eyes, and I tried to get a better look at him. I stared at the man, and two white eyes stared back. I realized this wasn't my father. I didn't scream. I didn't even jump back in fear. Instead, I did what any sensible person would do: cover my face and hide in my sheets. I heard the man walk over to my bed after I hid. I could still feel him staring at me. He was close enough I could hear him breathing. I just cried. I was hoping it was all a dream or a prank my dad was playing on me. I eventually cried myself to sleep. I woke up that morning scared out of my mind. I woke up to find my father sleeping on the couch. I didn't tell anybody about what happened at the time. I didn't have the best relationship with my father, so I never approached him about it either when he woke up. However, I asked my mom when Dad got home and she didn't know. He never really came to bed. I slept with my door closed from then on. When I would sleep on a couch or in a room with no doors from that night onward, I always felt like someone was watching me from the corner of the room. But as I got older, it slowly stopped happening. He now seems to come back when I drive at night. Sometimes I think I see him in the back seat or in the sidewalk. So I think whatever this is, it's still attached to me. But I've never seen him as clearly as I saw him that night he stood in my bedroom doorway. Don't mean to leave it like that, but nothing else has really happened, nor has he shown himself in the past 4 months. So it's good for the time being. Sorry about your father being a dick. What just happened? Okay, so me, an 18-year-old female, and my girlfriend, an 18-year-old female, we lived together with my parents and brother. Me and my girlfriend, we'll call her BB, got into a little bit of an argument over something. I don't really remember. It resulted in me going to the couch in the living room and her staying in the bed. It was summertime and we don't have the air conditioner that goes throughout the house and only a few in certain rooms. We had 2 fans in the living room for our dogs so they don't overheat. Sitting on the couch was pretty loud because of the fans and the dogs snoring. And as I'm laying on the couch, just doom scrolling to cool off from the argument, I heard heavy footsteps coming from down the hall into the kitchen. But I didn't hear a door open. All the doors in the house have a distinct sound because of how old the house is. One of the doors came with the house, so they didn't really fit the frame correctly either. I thought maybe it was BB coming to apologize or ask me to come back to the room. I didn't hear them anymore. I didn't hear anyone in the kitchen where they walked either. I didn't hear anyone walk back down the hallway. My 6th sense kicked in. My ears started ringing. The hair on the back of my neck stood, which only happens when I feel someone watching me. It actually hasn't happened since we moved out of my old childhood home 9 years ago. I immediately grabbed my blanket, just ran back into the room. Once I get there, my girlfriend asked, "What were you doing in the kitchen?" I told her I wasn't in the kitchen. I was on the couch. I thought that was her who walked into the kitchen. We both froze, looked at each other for a moment trying to rationalize it. Her version of the story was that she thought after I had closed the door, I stood behind the hallway for a moment and then walked into the kitchen to make something because she heard pots and pans clanking. She also heard the stove turning on. We had a gas stove. I told her after I shut the door, I went immediately to the couch. I didn't hear any doors open or close, nor did I hear the clanking of the stove. I was in the living room. I told that I did feel scared at that, and that is why I came back. We locked the door and stayed in the room all night as we tried to rationalize the situation, but nothing made sense. We even tried asking my brother and parents, and all that they did is, they just said they were asleep. My experiences with ghosts. My name is Lewis. I'm 19 years old and I live in the south of Brazil. I was raised in a Christian family. I was baptized and attended church when I was little. No matter how much my family tried, I never managed to get closer to the church. And since I was little, I always had a very rational and critical look at things. I couldn't accept the idea of a god or a supernatural world. At the age of 15, after a lot of consideration, I decided to become an atheist. But all that would change in my 17th year. At that age, I had 3 experiences, all in different weeks and in the exact same place. A room in the back of my grandparents' house, which was where I slept into pretty much a bunk bed alone, at least when I went to visit them. Also, the room was abandoned for months, as well as at the time being the only place in the house without a religious figure. You know, without a cross or without a painting of Christ, without anything. One day I came back from a party, laid down to sleep. That was until I woke up quickly in the middle of the night. All I remember is opening my eyes and seeing a figure of a woman staring me from the side, next to my bed, as if it were a shadow, like a figure, and, well, as soon as I saw it, I immediately fell asleep again. It didn't bother me the next day. After all, I thought it was just a nightmare. I continued my life normally. But after a week it happened again. The door to this room is made of glass covered by a blind, in addition to being opened by sliding. So when I woke up in the middle of the night, I remember looking at the door, as if it was there, like a strong light shining behind it. When I look at the door, I see 2 people were spying on me behind the blinds. Again, as they were shadows, and soon after realizing that, I was awake and they both hid. They hid one at a time behind the wall, and soon after that, I slept again. This experience was much more vivid than the other, but regardless of that, I continued to think it was a dream and remained normal. But after another week, that all changed. It was midnight. I was in bed watching TikTok until I decided to go to sleep. Put my cell phone on the table next to my bed and closed my eyes. That's when I started to hear something moving in the bed above me. At first, I thought it was one of the cats there, but every second the noise got louder as if something was walking on the bed. That's when out of nowhere the sound stopped. In a matter of seconds, I hear loud breathing right in front of my eyes, like if something was on top of me. I immediately jumped out of bed, grabbed a pocket knife that I'd left on the table next to me, and ran out to turn on the light in the room. My heart was beating rapidly. My hands were shaking. I was alone there. I looked above the bed, below, in the closets, at the clothes, and nothing. No sign of life there other than me. After that, I took my pillow and went to sleep in the living room. In the morning when I woke up, I told the story to my family, and then put a little figure of Mary, the mother of Jesus. And since then, nothing like that's happened again. After this event, I started to reflect about past experiences with the shadows, and about my atheist position. I was no longer sure of anything. Today, I still don't go to church, but I always use a scapular that my grandmother gave it to me as a gift. Scapular. Sculpture? Question mark? Is my friend's house haunted by an evil spirit? So before I start saying anything, me and my friend are both Christians, if that means anything. Growing up, I would often stay over there as we both lived in the same neighborhood. We would often hang out with each other. This means I would stay over there often, and all the times when I was younger were perfectly fine. Nothing bad at all. This all started happening about a year or 2 ago. Whenever I stayed there, I would get some feeling like someone was watching me. I shrugged it off because I thought it was just my mind. My friend also said before that every night at about 2:15, 2:45, in the AM anyways, he would often hear footsteps from the upstairs. I've been there and heard it before, but knowing he has a dog, I assumed that that was the culprit. It was just the time the house would settle. My friend also told me a bit ago that he was sleeping one night when he woke up and told me he apparently saw a spirit or something that looked human float through his wall through the other. Kinda thought he was dicking around at the time, but one of the most recent times was different. I was playing Rocket League with him and kept seeing these shadow figures out of the corner of my eye. Note, there's a sort of hallway-like door there, but it doesn't lead to a hallway, but rather a pinball table. They seemed more detailed than what would happen if it was just a brain trick that kind of moved away from the hallway entrance. I again just assumed it was my mind playing tricks, but over time it felt like they were just getting closer, and the feeling of getting watched was getting worse. I still played it cool because I didn't want to freak out the little brother who was hanging out with us at the time. His little brother went to bed at about 4:30 a.m. We were about to go to bed, so I was watching him finish his game. But this is where it got the worst. I kept seeing the figures run into the middle of the room and disappear. It would freak me out each time and give me horrible chills. My friend noticed and asked why I'm acting weird, but I just said I was tired. We went to his room and he turned off the lights. As he went to his bed, he laughed and said he turned off the lights and he saw a shadow person. His eyes was playing tricks. This freaked me out and I jolted to turn the light on. I told him everything and we both got freaked out. And until we were able to sleep at 6:30 a.m., I just felt like the worst evil the entire time. And the most recent thing I heard happened while I wasn't there, but his little brother got a fever, so we slept upstairs near the Christmas tree. My friend also decided to sleep there with him. He said his brother woke up and started having a freak out. He said the man by the tree kept saying he was going to kill and bury his family. Is this a ghost or a demon or something? Or could it just be a coincidence? Desperately looking for an answer to something. As far back as I can remember, my first ghost experience was when I was probably 5. I've never forgotten it, and for record, I've had a few paranormal experiences. This one was just so beyond fucked that I couldn't forget it even if I was well into my 40s. Anyways, I digress. When I was really young, I had my first paranormal encounter. It was insanely physical. This human-like thing was peeking out at me from my closet that was next to my bed. This was about 8 feet away, give or take. I couldn't see its full face or body until it moved from where it was, but I'll get to that soon. My mom had gotten home from work. My dad was in the living room watching TV. The only light in my room was a nightlight next to the bathroom enclosure. And the light creeping from under the door from the living room with the nightlight, I could very clearly make out this thing's head. The glint of light in its eyes reflecting back at me. I was so young at the time that my fight or flight hadn't really developed yet, so I just stayed in bed under the blanket and stared back at it. After maybe 5 minutes of hardly blinking, I stood up and attempted to try to scare it. But as soon as I got out of bed, it stood up out of the closet faster than you could snap your fingers. It was as tall as the ceiling, as skinny as you could imagine. And even though it was too dark to see its face now, I could see its pale, skinny body towering above me. All I could do was stand. I was too scared to even breathe. But as soon as I moved, the thing I was scared of happened. Grabbed me faster than I could even think, slammed me back on down to my bed. I was breathing heavily and aggressively down the front of my neck like a panting dog, just slightly more vocal. Its touch was cold and rough. When it had finally went away, I had cried to my parents. Typical little kid stuff. But all I want to know is what it was, and why I still find myself feeling its presence, despite the fact I've grown significantly since then. No longer feels malicious. I think maybe it's become something of a good luck spirit. But I'd like to know what it is, to see if maybe it has some kind of lore. How you could think of something that did that to you as a good luck spirit? Shows me you're a pretty positive guy. Haunted tattoo parlor. So this happened around 6 or 7 years ago in a village in North Lincolnshire, UK. My friend, we'll call her Amy, he worked as a tattooist and piercer, often ran the shop while the owner ran errands. I often went to sit with her and normally spent all day there. The shop was part of a very old row of buildings. I think there were about 6 altogether, which I got told used to be a bakery in the early 1900s. You walked into the door and to the left was stairs up to the piercing room. Directly in front of the entrance was the till and chairs for us to sit, and behind the stairway there was a little hallway to go into another room which had paranormal/occult items, like electrical ornaments, and this is going to be important later. So this day, me and Amy decided to open a pack of angel cards, use a crystal to ask questions. We had no clue how to read the cards, but I was asking questions while dangling the crystal on a chain. It swung around and for yes, the backwards and forwards for no. Could be the other way around, can't remember. We was asking if there was somebody with us, and it swung. We asked if it was male or female, and it again swung, but at this point we started to feel too uneasy. We asked if they were a good spirit. It spun around so quick Amy dropped it. At this point there was a very loud bang upstairs. It was in the piercing room, so we went to go see. The toilet door was shut, the door was very heavy, so we propped it open by a heavy box. And this box was on the other side of the room. This freaked us out, so we ran downstairs to get some fresh air. As we were coming down the stairs, the electric demon ghost ornament in the other room started playing. We checked. They weren't even plugged in. We ran out of the shop, sat on the bench opposite the front door, very shaken up. Amy had a client, so she had to go upstairs and asked me to watch the till area. So I was sat there waiting for her to come down, and I felt so sick, and I had to go out of the entrance to get some air. As soon as I stepped out of that door, I felt something lift and the sickness went away. Amy was finished with her client and came outside. Said she felt unwell without me saying that, well, I didn't feel well either. A couple of hours passed. Amy had no bookings, so we stayed on that bench and didn't go back into the shop. When it comes to closing the shop, we went inside together. Went upstairs to the sterilizer and made sure all the instruments were in the machine to clean. And we heard a man downstairs. We went down, and there was a guy about 20 years old, very basic looking. He was chatting away to us. He said he'd been in the sweet shop next door. He wanted for like a booking for a piercing. He asked if he was okay, and we explained what had been happening. He said he would walk us to the bus stop around the corner, which we would normally never say yes to, but he was so shook up that we agreed. Walking to the bus stop, we were all talking. Once we got there, we all turned to say thank you. The guy had literally vanished, like absolutely nowhere to be seen, and it's very open in the space. Couldn't have gone anywhere in the time it took us to stop walking and to turn around. During the bus ride home, Amy and I felt so sad. We ended up crying and couldn't shift the sadness that we felt. Amy spoke to her boss, as he's pretty into the occult. He asked where the crystal and the angel cards were. They had been left at the shop, so he took them and put them in the cupboard with a Ouija board, which was pretty much wrapped up in a holy cloth. And at this point, we thought that was it. That night, I had the worst nightmares I've ever had. All I can remember of them now is blackness. I had red dots spinning round as if they were circling me. For days after, me and Amy went from talking all day every day to the odd message until she rang me, said her boss had looked at the outside CCTV. There was never a man at the shop. He could see us talking and looking at something, but nothing else. The sweet shop also closed that day, so we hadn't been there, and in our frantic states, we didn't even know it was shut. Since then, we found out that the bakery from the 1900s burned down, and a mom and daughter died in the fire. But we can't figure out why there was such a dark feeling, and what stayed with us for a while. Ask Reddit. When I was 3 and my parents and I were returning home from a party, my dad's friends had encouraged him to keep drinking all evening, gotten him sloshed. My parents were fighting over this whole car ride home, and we lived a few steps from a cemetery. It was common for young men to hang there and get drunk and smoke weed at night. When my mom was making the turn onto our street near the cemetery, she saw a group of men there, calling out my dad's name. It was foggy and she could only see silhouettes. She could hear them clearly. They were asking my dad to come get some drinks with them. They sounded like his friends from the party. Well, my mother found this odd because none of them lived on this side of town, and they were still at the party when we left. But she was already annoyed by them, encouraging my dad to drink all evening. Decided that this has now gone too far. Got out of the car to confront them. My dad followed her. But the moment they get to where they thought his friends were sitting, there was nothing and no one there. It was as if somebody was indeed there. The only way to leave would have had to been to pass our car. This was a dead end. My parents were freaked out and just quietly drove home. The next day, my dad called his friends and asked if they'd left the party early. They refused. My mother also called her friend who had hosted the party to ask when these friends left, and she confirmed that they were the ones to leave last, several hours after we left. While I was in the car, I, of course, don't remember any of this. My parents, especially my mother, insist that they saw and heard ghosts that night. Ouija board entity. I'll start this from last Halloween. I got a Ouija board to do on Halloween. I set it up and I tried it. It kept going to S. So I ended the session, took the planchette off the board. Multiple times I came back into the room and it was back on S. I also used the pendulum. The same things came up, and my birthday. On Halloween night, some friends came over late. 2 friends did the Ouija board, though. The question that we found out there was an entity called S. We kept ending and retrying and kept going to S and saying the entity was haunting me in the home. One friend left and me and my other one continued. Just kept getting S for a while, until something dark started moving around in the hall. We went to check it out and things had moved, but no one had came in. We went back in and the planchette was on S and some candles out. Later that week, I tried again and kept getting the letter S. When I'd asked to leave, the planchette went to no. I hadn't tried anything again until today. Me and a friend, who's possibly a psychic, did the Ouija board. She led, and through a 2, maybe 3-hour session had determined that there was a spirit by the name N. His wife died and committed suicide at 95. Can't seem to get to her. She asked what was keeping her here. She asked what was, well, the response was S. She asked and came to the determination N is attached to S, who is attached to me. The planchette moved weird and went to S. I got super cold and been really cold since. She thinks N made a deal to see his wife, and that had something to do with me. I got that S is a he and 150. She's using the board with him right now. Little addition. Our house is believed to be haunted. We've all had bizarre experiences, and most family won't come over because they say weird things happen. They see and they hear weird things. Sleep paralysis demon that has a white round face with black slits for eyes. When I was a teen, I had 2 recurring sleep paralysis demons. They went away as soon as I moved out of my parents. I dreamt of the one with the white face with black slits for eyes a few days before I moved to live with my boyfriend. Every time we fight for the last few months, weird things will happen before, during, or after. Like one time the car radio changed itself, moved to a channel that was only static. Another time we heard something moving around in another room. It's only when we fight. We had a disagreement 2 nights ago. I had the day off, but he was at work. When I woke up, I saw it in my closet. Whenever I feel his presence, I feel extreme chills down my spine, neck and shoulders and arms. This is the first time I've ever really seen it awake, though. It was in my closet. It stopped me in my tracks. I just stared at it. It stared back. Turned around because I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. When I turned back, it was still there. It always has a really thick white smile from ear to ear. Although it doesn't seem like it has ears, just takes up its whole lower face. I felt the chills again. Anytime I talk about it or even thinking about it, my entire body, I just get covered in goosebumps. When he got home, we argued and we could hear it stomping upstairs. As soon as I went to check, it stopped though. Weird shit only happens when I argue with my boyfriend. He believes me because he's also experienced it. I just came on here to ask if anybody could possibly know what this kind of creature could be. I tried looking it up and I found nothing. A message from her uncle. The sirens blared about 40 minutes ago. We were woken up by a severe thunderstorm. It came to us in the form of a loud Amber Alert. Along with my mother and father, I woke up and headed downstairs to the walk-in closet. We used it for frequent tornado watches. These things often blow through our area, so we hunkered down. That's when my mom starts going on about some bad dream that she had. I believe in the paranormal and the spiritual world. Hell, my religion allows me one-on-one contact with the spirits. My mom, however, she's just kind of neutral. She does believe in it, but it's not something that she'll tell all about, you know? But anyways, as I'm listening in on a live news broadcast about the weather, my mom starts to tell the story of how she encountered this thing in my dream. She was trying to tell my dad about it, and he was playing something like Candy Crush, just not really listening whatsoever. Nonetheless, she started the story. My mother awoke in a small room that was a lot like her childhood home. Apparently it was so vivid that she could still feel faint memories of when she was a kid. During this time, her uncle was alive, and this will be important later. My mother goes on to tell me that it wasn't peaceful whatsoever in the room, because there was a herd of angry crows flapping about and battling for space. The crowd of birds was so violent that feathers spewed and littered the ground. That was while the sound of angry caws and hisses overwhelmed my mom. She raced to one of the windows, flung it open, allowing the angry mob to exit. She watched as the dozens of angry birds screamed and screeched as they flapped and fought to freedom. It was a blur for my mother. All she could see was the dust from the departed birds and feathers that littered the floor. Looking out the window, my mom noticed, unlike her childhood home, the room was in a very, very high place, like a few stories high, in fact. Her focus was taken off of the window, straightened into something else in the room. One single crow that hadn't fled. The crow stared at her. Then it began to grow. My mother watched as the bird crackled and snapped into a tall humanoid figure. Feathers fluttered around, settling on the floor and clearing a view of the figure. My mom claims that the face she saw reminded her a lot of the parent of one of the kids that attended the daycare that she worked at once. I asked her what the significance of him was, to which my dad replied he was very depressed. My mom didn't exactly know what to say, but she made it very clear that the figure was almost identical to him. My mom questioned him. He answered. He said nothing but, "Your uncle wants a word with you." It was at this point that my mom mentioned the uncle. They'd been dead for quite a while. She voiced her thoughts in the dream as well. My uncle? Is he not dead? The figure pointed to the window, then gestured to the very bottom floor. "Go speak to him," he said once more. Being overly stubborn, my mom just continued to question the figure. "Who are you? You here to take me to my death? Or is it time to go?" It was strange that she thought of that as her first question, but nonetheless he answered. "Do you see those figures? The ones besides your uncle?" My mother followed his gaze and took notice of the several beings on the ground. There's no proper explanation for them, I forgot to ask. He continued to speak. "Those are the beings that escort souls from the living to the dead. Angels of some sort maybe, but they're not here for you." He continued. "You live long." After those words, my mother felt inclined to ask another set of questions. How's my life going to be? Am I going to be happy? What joy will there be for me? What conflicts? The being stopped her. She ranted and said, "That is a question so entailing that I cannot even begin to answer." With that, he returned to his original point. "Go down and meet your uncle. He has something of extreme importance to tell you." But my mom didn't. She was explaining it. I hear the regret in her tone. Even I started to get a little annoyed at her stubbornness in the dream. And that's when my dad finally jumps into the conversation. Where? Where should she go?" he asks in response to my, "We should have gone." My mom and I exchange disappointed looks. "Downstairs," I say. "To do what?" he asks. We tell him to go back to his Candy Crush because clearly he was in his own world. But anyway, at this point, both the dream and the tornado watch begin to clear up. This is when I ask her all of the details, which I've already provided. My mom said that she believed in meanings to dreams, which I backed her up on. My dad was too busy playing Candy Crush to have an opinion. What an eventful night. As the weather somewhat clears up, my parents get ready to head back to their rooms. My mom still comments about how real it seemed, and that it felt like she was there. Everything was so vivid. It was almost like I could see it too with how she described it. She referred to it as a nightmare only because of how jarring it was. Also, it wouldn't have been a nightmare if she just went downstairs to meet her uncle. Maybe the dream was going to continue, but the tornado sirens interrupted it, my mom said. I didn't exactly know how to respond, so I said, "Maybe if it was ended by mistake, I think he'll come back to visit you again soon." And that was the last we spoke of the dreams this night. In the family, if anybody's getting paranormal dreams, then it's going to be me. I don't have many late-night relatives, though. Only spiritual beings that I've made friends with. My mom doesn't interact with the world outside of ours much, so it's surprising why she got a visit. Crows represent spiritual communication and delivery of news. When I mentioned that, my mom reminded me that she had just let them all flee through the window, except for one. That's when the dream turned into a visitation. I saw the hatman in 5th grade while awake. So I was in 5th grade in my gym class. The gymnasium is 2 floors underground, most of the ceiling raised up to the ground floor, but a small portion was room height with pillars supporting it. During class, me and a few friends were sitting on the benches placed between the 2 pillars. We were on one end of the room talking. That was when I saw the hatman on the other end. He was peeking behind a pillar. I remember it feeling really eerie and surreal, rather like seeing a monster or something. Like I was locked in a stare with it, and I couldn't look away or say anything to others for a few seconds in shock. When I finally looked away to tell them to look at it, it was not there. This was during like a free class, so teachers let everybody on their own. It felt really weird that others who were playing football and stuff in the gym didn't see anything. They were playing as normal. And my friends couldn't see it either. So I didn't really know how to feel and try not to make much of it. Since then, I told the story from time to time to others, but some time passed and I'd forgotten it. But a few months earlier, one morning while scrolling Reddit, I randomly saw a drawing of Hatman in a post. The memory suddenly rushed back to my mind, and I got goosebumps that somebody else had seen it. I searched for it, finding that it's a common thing that people see in their nightmares and in sleep paralysis. And got even more weirded out, but somewhat relieved that others had seen it too. See ya. Welcome to the dark corners of Paranormal M, where mysteries lurk in the shadows. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications. Drop a comment if you feel like helping. And embark on a journey into the unknown. Prepare for the unexpected. My mom was not my mom. I attached some screenshots of The Sims. It was the only way I could truly think to explain the weird-ass layout of the house I used to live in. We lived in a community of sorts with houses that were kind of connecting every 2 houses. That is why one side of the house has no windows. If the room has no lights, it's because that is empty wall space. My bedroom was above the garage, which we actually used as a finished room for my older brothers in the summer and spring. This was winter. Also, I didn't share it with any of my brothers because I was the only girl. The stairs were walled off with what was open window area like a triangle following the stairs. The same goes for the window thing by my bedroom door. And my brother had sort of closet doors like the one in the picture to the open area to their room, as our living room ceiling kind of went up to meet the top of those doors, leaving vast open space above the living room. The last thing to keep in mind is the box that controlled all electricity in the house is outside of the house for whatever reason and was located by the windows in the play area downstairs. The circuit breaker. At the time all of this happened, I must have been about 9 years old. I was in bed one night and I heard the radio in the kitchen going. My mom would almost always work the 11 to 7 a.m. shift, but on Tuesday would take the mid-shift because we would have family night on Wednesdays. I assume it must have been Tuesday when this happened because my mom was in fact home. My mom worked a lot, and I mean 22 days out of the month, most months, so it was not uncommon for us to try to help when she needed a late cleaning. Or when she was up late cleaning. As I walked down the stairs, I noticed that all the lights in the house downstairs were off. Just the kitchen light was on. This already had me running for the kitchen because our walls were a deep green. As I mentioned before, my mom worked the late shift. My dad purposely painted the living room area a dark color so that when the lights were out and the blackout curtains were closed, it would be dark enough for my mom to fall asleep after work. As I entered the kitchen, my mom was at the sink. When I thought about it afterward, I only heard the radio going downstairs, not the sink, but she was washing dishes when I walked in. Her back was turned to me, so I couldn't see her face. I asked, "Mom, do you want help cleaning?" She didn't answer me. I asked a second time with a bit of moaning as an answer. This did not immediately alarm because it didn't sound like a zombie moaning. That's what it takes, huh? More like a, I don't know, kind of moan, if that makes sense. So I just replied, "Okay, if you want help, just let me know." She didn't turn around, but kind of stiffened a bit, so I took it as my cue to get out and let her be. Sometimes she just wanted to clean in peace as she worked with older people. Many would die on her watch. My mom is a dedicated nurse when it comes to her patients, because she used to work in a rehabilitation center. Many of these patients would get dropped off by their families and literally never see them again. She would often take us to see them when she could, so they could feel like somebody cared for them. So still, no alarms went off as I walked back toward the stairs. I assumed somebody may have died. She was simply sad and wanted to be left alone. When I hit the corner to round and go up the stairs, everything in the kitchen shut off at once. The radio, the sink, the lights, all of it. My boy, when I tell you I ran up those stairs to my room, I was gone. Zoomed past my brother's and parents' room and ran into mine. Slammed my door shut, jumped underneath my covers. I was thinking, this is the fucking end. My parents are big horror fans. Didn't believe in shielding us from stuff like that because they want us to understand the difference in what was real and what was not. No matter what, God is there and will protect us. I did not feel God that night. Suddenly I hear my room door bust open. My mom yells at me for running up the stairs, thinking I'd gone and grabbed candy or something and ran up the stairs to avoid her. I said, "No, Mom, you scared me when you turned everything off." And she was like, "What are you talking about?" I tell her what just happened. She tells me I must have dreamt it up and quickly tucks me in and closes my door. The next day I asked her why she would do that to me. She knows I'm scared of the dark. I truly thought she just thought it wasn't as funny to me when she saw how scared I was or something and just tucked me in to calm me down. She then tells me that she was in her room. She had gotten home, took off her shoes, went straight to her room. She never went into the kitchen and never heard me go down the stairs, but instead assumed my brother had left me down there because I fell asleep, as they used to do it knowing I was scared of the dark and thought it was funny. When I ask her about it now, she only vaguely remembers this happening. My brothers had bad experiences in this house as well. He believed me. The common factor I find in our stories is that they all had to do with downstairs. None of us ever had scary stuff happen upstairs, but generally agree something was weird about the kitchen and the fireplace. The stories always seem to include one or both of those two things. I still don't know to this day who or what I spoke to. And a quick shout out to the lady working that particular shift, coming home and doing dishes, or at least having the reputation of doing something like that. Help her with the dishes, come on. I do them. Do you guys ever feel like you're not alone in your own home, even when everyone is gone? Because I always feel like I'm being watched, I know my grandmother's house is known for creepy things. And guys, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes my grandmother creeps me out too. One night I came out of my room around 3 a.m. It was almost 4. She was sitting next to her door just staring at me, not saying anything, then closed her door. I got so many chills up my body. Mother always talks about how she would see black figures walk to my grandmother's room, open the door and closing it. Not once, but more than once, and my mother ex-husband. I'm assuming mother's ex-husband said the same things. I've also heard him at 4 a.m. like heavy boots walking in the hallway, then stop like it's at my door, and then just silence. Guys, help, what do you think's going on? I honestly believe that my house is haunted, but not the normal haunt, but only when it wants to come out and do things haunted. Indeed. I most definitely believe that the man with the boots, that's what I call him, lives in my basement. Mostly because me and my sister have heard him walk up the steps and my sister sleeps in the basement. She hears him walking around. And one time she said that she heard her doorknob turn like somebody was trying to open it. That's why she always locks her door when she's sleeping. She's afraid of the basement, and everyone in the house is. But my grandmother, she is the only one who denies that we have a ghost. My toddler sees ghosts. A couple of months ago, my daughter, who was about to turn 3, started talking about ghosts. At first, I didn't really pay it any mind, since she likes Halloween decorations and stuff. She would always point out the ghosts or the pumpkins or witches when she saw them. Then she began to talk about ghosts. She would do this without referring to any decor, or really anything she could visibly point out. Still, I didn't think much about it. About a month or so ago, she began getting more specific about the ghosts that she saw. First, it was a quote-unquote baby ghost. She saw this at my mother-in-law's sister's house. She kept pointing at a door at the top of the stairs and insisting that there was a baby ghost, which freaked out my mother-in-law's sister, mostly because they'd been in the room that she had a miscarriage in about 20 years prior. Then things got weirder. My cousin Randall passed away suddenly. That was when my daughter was only 12 days old, so she never got to meet him. We don't frequently talk about him and don't have photos of him around here for her to see, and it's not a name that she picked up randomly on a TV show or something. About 2 weeks ago, she was rambling on about ghosts in her closet, scaring them away while I was doing laundry. I wasn't paying much attention until she started pointing over at a window and saying, "Look, it's Randall." Immediately, I'd asked her what she just said. She said his name again. I started trying to ask her more questions regarding Randall. She was into the next topic and didn't mention him again after that. A couple of days later, my mother-in-law had told me that while babysitting that day, my daughter told her that she was playing peekaboo with a ghost. My mother-in-law asked her if the ghost had a name. She said that the ghost's name was Randall. I decided to show her a photo of him to see if she had, anything to say. She was extremely terrified of him. Thought maybe she was just cranky, so I showed her a photo of one of her dogs, and immediately she perked up and started smiling. So I showed her a different photo of him. Again, she began to freak out. After telling a friend of mine about it, she asked me if I'd tried showing her a photo of him as a child. So I pulled one up of him around 12 years old and showed my daughter. She didn't say anything but started to giggle and walk away. After that, I decided to show her one of his old shirts that I have. Immediately, she grabbed it out of my hand with excitement and said, "Peekaboo, I see you." Am I being haunted, or is this something different? I feel like I'm going insane. I've lived in my house my entire life. It's a 2-story brick home with wooden floors and a 2-room extension on the back of it. That's looking out into a backyard. That's where I live. I have my bedroom and my lounge room that are connected. There's direct entry into the lounge room through the back door that comes from the yard. And it's important to note that my bedroom window is on the second story. My 6'8" partner had to be on his tippy toes to touch the glass of my window. For quite a while, I've felt incredibly uneasy being home alone, whether it's during the day or at night. My partner and I chalked it up to poor mental health, considering nobody else in my family seemed to notice anything was off. And another point of note, all the women in my family, including me, have experienced something of the paranormal in their lives. Now, a couple of weeks ago, I woke up to what I believe to be the sound of my back door handle being played with. It's an old squeaky glass and wood door with metal handles. Very distinct sound. After being frozen in place for quite a while, I then turned into bed and faced my window, grabbed my phone. I have horrible eyesight, but what I believe I saw was a tall, white, skinny figure right at the back of my yard near my dad's shed. Rubbed it off as a trick of the mind. I went back to bed after shutting all the curtains. Another note, I used to always sleep with my curtains open until this instant. A few days ago, I was laying in bed watching TikToks. It was about 1 a.m. and I hadn't slept yet. I also really wasn't tired at all. My curtains were closed, but my window was open. My phone was on full brightness and my volume was loud too. When I eventually turned off my phone and rolled over, I heard a very clear, distinct knocking on my bedroom window. It was knuckles on glass. After being completely frozen for about 3 to 5 minutes, I rolled over and called my dad. Call went to voicemail. After the voicemail tone rang out, I heard shuffling and movement from underneath my window. Dad eventually came in with a floodlight torch. Nothing. My partner was worried about a stalker, so we set up a Ring camera. There's been nothing yet, not even a single animal. I'm house sitting currently, but I visited home at around maybe 2 p.m. yesterday. Home alone, front door was locked, back door was open, and I was repotting a plant in my yard. I have had really good mental health recently, so I know my feelings aren't really attributed to that. Sitting in the backyard, I thought I could hear walking around in the house behind me. I distinctly remember being too scared to look at the back of the house from the yard. I got cold all over, like my body froze up. I feel okay being in my room or my lounge room, but the rest of the house gives me a deep, uneasy feeling that nags at me constantly when I'm alone. My entire life has always known what I've been watching, and, well, I get sharp tingling down my spine. It can happen at random, but it is always followed by that incredibly intense, uneasy feeling. Yesterday I was driving back to my house. I was about 10 minutes away when I got a notification from my Ring camera. It said, "Person was detected in my backyard." My partner gets the notification on his phone as well. He calls me straight away. His first words were, "Hey, I've just checked the footage. There's literally nothing there. Can you please FaceTime me when you get to your house? Something feels really off." And keep in mind, my Ring camera does have pretty poor quality because it's a fisheye lens, but it was also around 2 p.m. So a person would have been very easy to see. Next, I arrive at home. Instantly, I see that my side of the gate is half open. I call each member of my family. No one has left through the side gate this morning. Call my dad. He told me to call the police. He told me to wait in my car with the doors locked. Both him and my partner left work to come to my house after I phoned the police and told them I was worried about somebody in my house. Okay, so typically the police, didn't show up. My dad and my partner did, however. We all went through the backyard and did a sweep of the entire house. Nothing. My partner and I replayed the footage from when we got the person detection notification, but this time we turned the sound on. clear as day, you can hear my back screen door being shook twice, or pulled at or something, which I found really weird because the screen door wasn't locked, meaning somebody would have to be able to open it instead of just shaking it. This was instance number 2. Instance number 2. My partner, my dad, and I were all sitting in the office, the furthest part of the house compared to my room and the back door. We were there for probably about 20 minutes. That was until my dad left to go buy more cameras to set up around the house. Then it was just my partner and I. So, we sat together in the living room while he was setting up to do online work for like a meeting. He had fled work to come home to my house. He was reviewing some more footage from roughly the same time we're all in the office. We both heard scratching coming off my window security screen, followed by the same 4 knocks that I heard last week. Freaked me the hell out, considering nobody heard anything in the office, but it was clear as day on the recording. As the camera faces outside, you'd be able to see if anybody was doing it on the outside of my window, meaning that it had to be coming from inside my bedroom. I want you all to remember that all the footage I'm talking about, I've downloaded it onto my phone, so I have solid evidence of each of these events. I won't be sharing as it shows my entire backyard. The 3rd instance, and also technically the 4th, I went back into my bedroom to scope it out, and also to check for hidden cameras. Yeah, I'm paranoid. My partner just left to go to the bathroom, which is also at the opposite end of the house. This was the only time I'd been left completely alone since being home. My curtains and windows were completely open as it was 2 p.m. during the day. Nothing happened to me while I was in there, but my boyfriend came sprinting out of the bathroom holding more footage from the Ring camera. This time you could clearly hear heavy breathing and what we both thought sounded like someone licking their lips. Now, because of how clearly we heard it, it means that it would have had to come from directly next to or in front of the Ring camera. The camera being at least 7 feet off the ground, would have been able to capture anything visible around it because of the fisheye. And again, nothing on the camera. Just the sound. I also didn't hear anything while I was in my room. We had previous footage of a howling gale of wind hitting the cameras we wanted to compare. This was even louder than that. While I was alone in my room, I did something stupid. I know it was stupid, but I was afraid and my better judgment went out the window. I sat on my bed and said to my mom, or rather, to my room, "You're not welcome here. I'm not afraid of you." Completely forgot I said that. Until my partner and I were leaving my room after reviewing the footage, we heard a crack coming from behind us. Turn around and my little Lego cat that my boyfriend built me. It's been thrown across the room and was laying perfectly in the floor. There was no wind and this cat was on the highest shelf in my room, so it couldn't have been locked. My partner also picked it up and dropped it from knee height and it shattered instantly. But it hadn't been moved halfway across the room, still in perfect condition. That was the last straw for me. We both bolted out of the house, haven't been back since. No one else in my family has experienced anything. This is the most activity I've experienced in my entire life. I'm not Christian or Catholic, so I don't think Jesus is helping me out with this one. His name would hold no power because I don't believe. I think whatever it is malicious, not getting good intention vibes. What are we thinking now? My father passed in early May 2024. Now his bedroom door keeps opening. Here's some quick information. I'm not a huge believer in ghosts, but I think there are definitely things we may not understand or are capable of understanding with our senses. My father passed away on May 5th, and I brought his ashes back home on May 29th. He was renting a room next door to mine and passed away in the same room he rented. The last few nights and weeks around the same time, 11 p.m. to 12:30 a.m., I hear footsteps. Then I hear his door opening. We have other roommates, but they're family and really have no reason to go in there as the room is stripped clean of anything important. I trust my family enough to know that they wouldn't mess with me or steal anything of value or look for anything. And also, his door is a little bit messed up. It requires some force to open it if you have to move it a certain way, which is always loud. Anyways. For the past week or so, on some nights, I hear someone is going in there. One of the roommates is a longtime family friend. He's renting that room now, but is currently sleeping on the couch until he can afford a bed. Last night I heard heavy footsteps and somebody opening the door at around 12. I remember thinking, who keeps going in there? It's probably the new roommate checking his room out or something. Keep in mind, I know everybody for about 20 plus years. There's nothing valuable left in the room. Anyways, I went to work this morning, and the roommate on the couch asked me if I went to my dad's room last night. I said no, thought that was you. He said no, but the lamplight is on. The door is wide open. I've been hearing that same thing for the past weeks off and on, and only one person, my cousin who lives with us, said that he went in there. They only did it once to check for the house key that he had around 10 o'clock. I'm not a huge believer in ghosts, but knowing that I've been hearing somebody going in the room for the past few weeks around the same time is weirding me out. Didn't think much of it because we have our family friend now renting it. Maybe he wants to check it out, but I'm doubtful as he has a hard time walking. I'm wondering if my father's not moved on. Can someone with experience explain this? What does it mean when people stick around? That answer depends heavily on your culture, actually. Strange morphing shadow encounter in England. He was walking in our neighborhood around 6:30 a.m. Saw the shadow of a crow on the ground. After watching it for a few seconds, he realized there's nothing to cast the shadow. It started walking across the street, morphed into the shape of a cat before disappearing. He said it feels almost like it was an amorphous shadow shape that his brain tried to make sense of. Because of the area, my brain went to elementals as a possibility, or that kind of nature spirit. There's a very old cemetery nearby as well, about a block or so over from this spot. And I have an experience that I want to add, even though it's not anything out of the ordinary on its own. So it would sort of be for people who believe in this kind of thing. On a random day later on, that same area lost a hat that he had bought me. We looked everywhere, retraced our steps too. I was really upset. Gave up and walked home, but I got an urge to go back and retrace our steps one more time. I found my hat hanging on a fence in the exact same spot that he'd seen the shadow. A few feet away, there's a blackbird on the fence. Again, nothing crazy on its own. The only thing that makes me really think of it is, well, I immediately thought about his experience and had the strangest, most overwhelming urge to thank the bird. Regardless of the situation, if you do see a bird, you thank that bird. Ghosts involved or not. That's my policy. Seeing ghosts. I've seen my friend's grandfather after he passed away. I've seen things like this my entire life, so not much scares me these days. I was walking my female friend out from the backyard. We walked down the driveway and I felt like somebody was staring at me. Turned around and saw her grandfather. There was some other guy with him standing in the doorway of the gate that we had just exited. His entire body was blue, which to me means he was in a neutral emotional state. So I wasn't scared. The guy standing next to him was tall and bald. He had 2 big tattoos on each forearm. I couldn't make them out for some reason. They were kind of blurry. I could see both people very clearly. My friend's hand was on her door to open it. "Wait, hand on man?" I said. "What?" she replied. "I have to tell you something, and I'm really sorry because it's about your grandpa. I know you're going to think I'm lying, but I'm not, I swear." "What?" she said. "What is it?" "He's here, man. He's right there at the gate. He's with your friend." She started crying profusely. "Don't fuck around, Phil," she shouted. I grabbed her shoulders with tears in my eyes and said, "I swear to you, man, I'm not messing with you. He's here and I need to tell you something." "Fine, what do you want to say?" "Your grandpa's here with your friend. He's wearing some slacks, a hat, and he's leaning on his cane to the left side. Your friend's here too. They want me to tell you that your grandpa's okay and he's in peace. He's with your friend, and they're also okay. They wanted me to tell you that they love you and not to worry about them." All she said was okay. We sat in the driveway for a bit, both crying. I'm sorry I said I was sorry for making her cry. Or I'm sorry, I said. I was in fact sorry for making her cry. I didn't know how she would take it. I told her about seeing things in the past, but never like this. We sat in my little trailer in the back. I used to sort of call it my love shack, as it was my little party pad for a short amount of time. It was my grandparents' backyard. She came over again about 1 week later. She was determined to debunk me. She showed me about 3 different pictures of some skinny white guys in overalls. I said, "Okay, who's that?" She said, "You don't recognize him?" I said, "No." "This dude isn't fat, and plus he doesn't even have the tattoos like I told you. This can't be him." "Okay, hang on." She's searching for more pictures. She showed me one last picture. "That's him!" "What?" she said. "That's him, that's your friend, right?" She started crying. "That's the last picture we have of him. That's more close to how he looked when he died. And that, my friend Tim, I don't remember his name, he got his tattoos when he was in the Marines. The picture I showed you first was of him, but before he joined the Marines and gained weight. His tattoos are a globe and an anchor on one forearm, and on the other anchor with an eagle. On the other arm, an anchor with an eagle. I couldn't make out the tattoos, but I knew they were pretty big, and I knew the exact placement. She hugged me and said, "Thank you." Ghost tried to kill my friend. This was one of the worst experiences I've ever had. I hope somebody can use this, and stay safe out there. I've always been able to see entities. I've called them demons and spirits. This was since I was a child. I see demons or evil spirits and entities as black shadow figures that, to me, look like Slowiest. Never heard that one. They looked like Slowiest. I've developed my skills over the years of how to see and understand these things. I was living in a homeless shelter at the time. It was religious, based on had a drug rehabilitation program for convicts. Lots of bad people. I would constantly see demons following people. I hated it. Like a shadow figure's following you. It's a very bad thing. I was in a program for homeless men that would help us by providing a workplace, and they would fund the meals and housing as well as providing food and local resources to help us get things like health insurance. It was separated from the general population homeless that were housed across the hall in an open bay. One night I was woken up by an evil spirit. Sat up in my bunk and tried to focus. It was inside the room, just staring at my buddy in the bunk across from me. Yes, Gecko. I knew it had very bad intentions, and I was on edge. The evil spirit wanted to hurt my friend. I could feel it. My stomach dropped, and I said to myself, "Please don't woke up. Just keep sleeping." I had to get that thing away from him, so I jumped up out of my bunk and I sat right in front of my friend's bunk. I closed my eyes and began to focus. I needed to get this thing away from us as soon as possible. I didn't want any one of us to get hurt either. I sat and began to pray. I told the spirit, "You're not welcome here. I call now in the name of God and His Son, Jesus Christ." It screamed, sounded like a loud screeching that just cut right to the bone. I laughed, smiling. This was nothing new. I continued on. "I command you to leave now in the name of God. Bless this room and cast out any evil here." My eyes shut and I focused deeply into my prayer. The spirit came up to the chair and stood in front of me. I opened my eyes and looked directly at its head. "That's right," I said. "You got no power here. I dare you." It shot over to my side. I looked over my shoulder. I said, "Go on," I said. I knew that demons in the Bible aren't allowed to have physical contact with humans, and possession is very taboo. It only ends with the demon's demise, so they rarely do it. It placed its hand directly above my shoulder like it was trying to grab me and possess me, but it stopped about 4 inches away from me. I knew it couldn't do it. I was protected, and I knew it. I focused again, closed my eyes, started praying again, more directly. I commanded the spirit to leave the room in the name, and it had worked. Now the spirit was in the hall, and it was pissed. It was pacing up and down the hallways, back and forth. I started smiling again and taunting it. "You can't come in," I said. The spirit shit down the hallway. I could feel where it was going. It went down the hall to the men's restroom, stopped at the last stall and seemed to be waiting. That's weird, I thought. I thought you said it shit down the hallway. Anyway. Then out of nowhere, my friend shot up in bed. I've never seen anybody wake up like this. He went from dead asleep to sitting straight up in about 1 second. Scared the crap out of me. He woke up with his eyes as wide as the moon. I was shook. Why did he just wake up? He jumped off his bunk. I was shaking in fear. Alarm bells were blaring in my head. I have to tell him to stop. No way, how could I? This dude would think I'm insane. "Oh, hey, there's an evil spirit in the restroom. So don't go down there." Yeah, right. I guess I couldn't say that either. He left the room, walked down the hall. My heart was beating out of my chest. This thing is going to kill this guy. I didn't know what to do, so I jumped off my bunk and ran toward the hall. As I broke the threshold, think they mean threshold, I slammed into my buddy. Whoa. He just glanced at me and jumped back in his bunk. I was so relieved he came back. Thank God. The next day I talked to my buddy about what happened. When I got to the restroom part, he stopped me. "Wait, which stall?" he said. The end. Last night I woke up from a dead sleep. I didn't know why. I had to pee. Oh, I guess. Went to the restroom. He looked into my eyes when I went to the restroom. Went to the very last stall and sat on the toilet, dressed, just sitting. I stated hearing voices last night as I was sitting there. Probably started. I was going to slit my fist and kill myself last night. Wrist. The voices were convincing me, and I wanted to do it, but I don't know why I didn't. Thank you for telling me. I believe you. The whole morning I saw black shadows filling him. It wanted him dead. I told him, please, whatever you got planned for today, change it up. That thing for last night is trying to hurt you. Please be aware of your surroundings and be careful. That night, one of the other guys came up to me. Hey, did you hear what happened to your friend? What? My buddy had gotten hit by a truck, broke his leg. Felt awful, like it was my fault. I warned him, I said. My eyes began to water. Then from behind, I hear, Hey, it's my buddy. Dude, what the fuck happened? He told me that he had an appointment that day. He was on the way there riding a bike when he felt somebody was watching him, so he turned around. He said he saw what could only be described as a shadow of a person driving this truck. It was heading right for him. He went onto the sidewalk and began to run for his life. The truck cut straight for him, dashing through street signs and trees. My friend said that he wasn't fast enough. He got hit. The driver backed up and fled. My buddy got picked up and taken to the hospital. I was in tears. So sorry, man. Please forgive me. You saved my life, man. Thank you. I just sobbed. Okay. That's all I said. I knew it was my fault somehow. He was okay after a few weeks and some crutches. I never forgot him after that day. And I swore I'd never stay quit again. Wow, ended it on a weird sentence. My fair man. A ghost visits every night and works at his old station. We both worked at a large music brand company that made guitars. He tells me that the senior member of our team told him about the man. He said his spirit visits every night at around closing time. If you hear loud music in a machine, don't worry about it. That's so-and-so, he's a ghost. He's friendly. He tells me that there used to be an old man that worked in a machine shop before he was hired. The man had passed away having a heart problem at work, maybe a heart attack or possibly a mental-like stroke. He later passed away at the hospital. The machine shop had moved and we took over the old shop. He went to lock up the shop one night and heard what sounded like a grinder or some other machine that was left on. As he got closer, he began to hear Mexican music blasting loud. Once he heard the music, he instantly remembered the story of the ghost. Nope, he yelled, turned around, locked the door behind him, clocked out. That. This seemed to only happen when he locked up later than usual. He said he never forgot to lock up on time after. Experiences in my childhood home. In my hometown and parents' home, I had some strange experiences in the basement. I don't like to talk about them out loud because I feel like it's inviting whatever it was around. If anybody has any information about these experiences, what it was or what it means, it would be greatly appreciated. I heard the TV slightly above my basement bedroom blaring. I screamed upstairs for my siblings or whoever to turn it off. I had to work or school or something the next morning. I waited for a while with no response, maybe 5 or 10 minutes. I stomped upstairs, ready to scold whoever, and it was dark, with no TV on. Everyone was asleep. I ran back down to my room. I felt somebody sit down on my bed while I was laying on it. You could feel the weight of the side of the bed, but nothing was there. I looked into the darkness at the end of the room, and I could see a person with a pilgrim-type hat, like a shadow in the dark. I know this is common with sightings, but what is it? I heard knocking at my door loudly at night. Got up to answer, no one was there. I remember waking up at exactly 3:30 a.m. A lot. And I know that's bad in movies, but it also can be attributed to something hormonal in your body. That's when you just tend to wake up. I got sick of these experiences, so I moved myself to the spare room on the second floor, much smaller and closer to the parents, which isn't fun for a college kid, but it did all stop. Why only in the basement? Why in a brand new build? Nothing ever hurt me, so I think it was harmless, but that being said, I don't want to experience that again. You can't always get what you want, that's what they say. My uncle's funeral from 2 decades ago. I just wanted to share a bizarre incident that happened during my uncle's funeral when I was younger, 15 or 20 years ago. As we mourned his untimely passing due to alcoholism, there was a surreal moment that still haunts me to this day. Well, I only remembered this memory because I watched American Horror Stories. Among the attendees was a stranger, perhaps one of my uncle's drinking buddies. They inexplicably started snapping photos of him in the casket. Right at that moment, the lights near the casket began flickering uncontrollably, sending a chill down everyone's spine. The stranger hastily pocketed his phone, visibly shaken, while the rest of us puzzled over the sudden electrical disturbance. The lights other than the one near the casket weren't affected in any way. Was it a mere coincidence? A glitch in the system? Maybe something more supernatural. Some dismissed it as a random electrical malfunction, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was more to it. To this day, I still wonder, was it just an electrical hiccup, or did my uncle have a message for the intruding photographer from beyond the grave? This memory is as clear as day. In no way could I have exaggerated what I saw that day. When photographers see the moment, they do jump up and try to catch it like a Pokemon, huh? Working in a haunted house. I always believed that paranormal experiences are just science people haven't figured out yet. When I was about 8, I had an experience where I saw a hooded figure float across my bedroom, disappeared through my closet. I ran to a friend's home while saying over and over, "This was real. I don't think this wasn't real." For a long time, that was my only story about weird occurrences. I'm 29 now, and I don't know what to believe about that memory. But my own words are what make me believe it was real. About 3 years ago, I began working in a specialized care home, a group home for high-risk children and youth. While I finished out my master's of social work, that's what I was doing. I worked overnights, 10-hour shifts, 4 on, 4 off. One of the houses I worked in, we'll call it K2. K2 is a big old house that was built around 100 years ago. Well, about 6 years ago, an overnight worker died of a heart attack. was found in one of the hallways curled up into a ball. Ever since then, the night workers have followed each other, and they do kind of these check-ins every 2 hours throughout the night for my safety. My first night in the house was bizarre. There were 2 kids living there, one in the basement suite and one upstairs. The kiddo upstairs had autism and nonverbal and occasionally violent. But bonus, they sleep all night and don't require much overnight care. The other one was pretty much going AWOL at night, off to their friends' homes or to their dealer's place. I don't remember if they were home that night, but they often weren't. It was around 2 a.m. when I started hearing this weird sound, like distant seagulls and whispers overlapping. First, I thought it was the kiddo's sound machine, which played thunder noises every time I got up to check the machine. The noises would stop and the sounds were just rolling thunder again. This continued on and off for at least an hour until it didn't stop when I got up. I walked toward the kiddo's room, but the whispers sounded like they were behind me as I entered the hallway. Turned around, walked down the hall to the front door and listened. I was positive that the sound was coming from people talking in the street or the driveway. So I opened the door. Instantly the noises stopped and the floor beneath me creaked. I was freaked out. I was probably just imagining it, right? I know what I heard, but I don't know what it meant, and I still had hours to go on my night shift. The whispers didn't come back, and I went on my way. I still took shifts, and occasionally joked that if there were ghosts, then I'd tell them about my life on shift, and they'd be the ones getting the short end of the stick. It was only last year when something occurred that had me thinking. The most reasonable explanation for this is paranormal. This night, I was alone in the house. One kiddo had just moved out to a foster placement, and the other was spending their weekly night at the parents' place. On these nights, I prepare meals and deep clean. I had unlocked the pantry door by not opening it yet. I'd forgotten my meal list in the kitchen, walked down the hall to get it. Suddenly, there was a huge bang. I froze and stood there for a moment before walking back down the hall. The pantry door was wide open. Thought it was maybe the wind, except there's no windows open in this hallway, had no immediate access to outside. Maybe the house shifted, except that I couldn't see the house shifting enough to swing the door open. I grabbed the door and found that it was stuck. It was completely wedged into the floor. It took me pulling my entire body weight to get it to dislodge, and I landed hard on my ass. Stood up and brushed myself off and went back to look at the door. This time, when I swung it out, it barely touched the ground, enough to make a slight scraping noise, but not enough for it to become wedged. I still take shifts there, and small things still happen a lot, like the radio turning on and static and lights flickering. Little tiny people. I'm freaking out. My partner and I were touring the community of townhouses that we'll be moving into. This community has no gym, but posts around the community a trail that'll take you from a monkey bar to something else. Kind of like a treasure hunt with exercise machines. It was 11:30 p.m. and we were kind of walking and exploring and reaching this last machine. This machine was fully afar from everything else. Lots of trees kind of foresty behind it. We see the trail sign and we start walking to it. Behind the sign there was this big box, kind of looked like maybe something electrical inside, I don't know. Anyway, as we reach the sign, my partner turns his flashlight on. We try to read the sign. The flashlight kind of lights the box behind and he sees something, so he yells, "Hey!" Immediately I look as well, and there's this tiny figure that looked like a person, maybe as high as my knees. My partner immediately starts running and grabs my arm and freaked out starts running too. He wanted to keep exploring and I just wanted to leave. Felt like throwing up. Little dude kind of started standing up and was about to wave, I think, but it was a couple of seconds until I ran. His movements were very human. I'm scared as hell. What did we see? Nightmare in a Hotel. I don't remember the year this happened, but it was many years ago, around 2014. Me and my mom had to go to India, Mumbai, join my dad in a cheap hotel. I don't remember the reasons, I was very young. I loathe bugs and lack of hygiene. That hotel was disgusting. The floor our room was on was cold and quiet, which is rare for being in Mumbai, a loud-ass city. The room was tiny with double white bed to the left and a disgusting washroom to the right and a small table in front of the bed next to the door. The moment I walked in, I knew I was going to hate it. But anyways, there were bugs crawling on the bed, the washroom, and coming in through the small window above the bed, which was very lovely. We were tired, and we retired to bed. I was scared already. Wouldn't let my parents switch the light off. And every few half hours or so, I would wake up again and again. I had a nightmare where a shadowy person floated out of the washroom and lingered over me while my parents were stood in the door open, trying to figure out why the water wasn't working. The shadowy figure was a woman. I was sure of it. It lingered for a while before I woke up. My parents were asleep and I was in the middle, and I was scared to sleep next to the washroom. I was so overwhelmed I started crying and begging for my dad to change hotels. We weren't fortunate in terms of money, and my parents were pretty strict, but they were firm. In these situations they would usually make me understand, but that night they saw I was very troubled, and we changed hotels the next day. I don't believe this was paranormal, but sure did scare the shit out of me, still does. I never, ever want to step into that hotel ever again. I have to say I don't usually trust my intuition, which is proved wrong again and again. I had a strong gut feeling in this room. I have a strong feeling something bad happened there, but my practical mind says let's not assume that far. You slept on a bed with bugs on it? Bad move. Some bugs are cute, but no bug is cute on a bed. Cat that wasn't a cat. This happened to me a few months ago. I was homeless at the time, so I'd be out a lot at night, just wandering or parks until morning. One night my friend and I had been on our way to a park that we'd frequent. It was pretty late at this point, but not unreasonable. About 1 a.m. we were nearly there. We were walking down the sidewalk when my friend noticed a white cat following us. We turned to go and pet it. It was about 50 feet behind us. When we both turned, it immediately started meowing pretty loudly. But I've been around cats most of my life, and I know they can do some crazy vocal stuff. Get real loud in that. We got about 10 feet to it. It was just standing staring at us, and its meows got louder and more frequent as we got closer. That's when my friend said, "Dude, there's something wrong with that cat." I wasn't really sure, but my friend seemed really nervous, so I was like, yeah, whatever. We just decided to turn back around and continue to the park. The cat didn't seem to like that. Can't explain how, because like I said, I'm aware cats can do strange things with their sounds, especially if they're sick or something. But the noises it was making were very wrong, and I could tell that it was angry. After that, the whole thing just had a strong, visceral sense of wrongness. Made me and my friend completely panicked. I said something like, "Oh fuck man, this isn't right." Me and my friend just started running toward the park. Once we crossed the street away from it, I started sort of jogging back every 10 feet or so. Wanted to keep my eyes on it, but it was just standing there and its meowing kept getting more loud and wrong. It almost ended up as a sort of half-hearted scream with pauses every few seconds. At least as we were getting away from it, we started slowly going down, more backing away, sort of walking to keep our eyes on it to make sure it wasn't following. and I swear to God I was sure it was growing bigger instead of smaller the further we got away. Our reactions might seem drastic, but I really can't explain how strong the feeling of some kind of sinister wrongness this cat had. The noises and its behavior and size were one thing, but mostly it was the weird dread and panic that came on so suddenly when we got closer that's what freaked us out. We told everybody that we knew about this cat for days afterwards. Does anybody know what kind of thing this cat might have really been? No one in the world could convince me that this was a real cat. I've had other strange cat-related experiences in that neighborhood, but none so scary and, well, sort of confrontational. Throwing it out there, ventriloquist cat. What the hell did I see? When I was about 6 years old, I stayed at my grandmother's quite frequently. She lived in a trailer, mobile home, whatever you want to call it. The washroom and living room were on the opposite side of the trailer. One day I walked to the end of the hallway to use the washroom. When I looked inside to find the light switch and turn it on, I'd seen my cousin who sometimes visit my grandma's. They looked me directly in the eye. She put her finger up to her lips, like this. Emoji with fingers up to lips, as if to say shh. She wasn't really completely silent. She then got on her hands and knees and crawled behind the counter and out of sight. I felt a feeling of dread and instantly knew this wasn't my cousin or even a human being for that matter. I took off running and screaming for my grandma and we searched the entire trailer together. It was only us in there. While we searched, I told her I'd seen my cousin in there and she told me not to be silly. My cousin's not visiting town, she's home, which is a couple of hours' drive away. Till this day, I don't know what I saw and why I saw it, or why it made the shh gesture. Second paranormal experience. When I was 9 years old, I woke up in bed late at night. The light was off in my room, but the hallway light was on. I currently get sleep paralysis at least once a month, but I'd never had it at this point in my life. I look in the hallway, nothing was there, began to rub my crusty eyes and look back up to see a tall, blacker-than-black shadow figure. At first, I thought it was my dad. Called out to it. It just stared at me and stayed silent. Once again, I called out Dad, and it remained silent and very slowly walked to the foot of my bed. One last time, I said Dad in a questioning-like manner. I began to slowly walk up the side of my bed and knew then that this thing was not my dad. I jumped up and ran to my parents' room and frantically told my mom to turn the lights on. She took her sweet time in doing so. I looked toward her bedroom door only to see the shadow enter her bedroom and start slowly walking toward me. I jumped over my mom onto the other side of the bed and the light turned on. There was nothing there, nobody at all, and my father wasn't in bed with her. At this point, I thought maybe I was wrong and it was my dad, seeing that he wasn't in bed with my mom. And when I asked my mom, she said that when I got called to work, my dad worked at a call time or worked on call at the time and could be called to work at any time. Thought maybe he had just gotten home, but he had not returned from work yet. It was only my mom and I there that night. Many experiences as a child, and now an adult. The Hatman. My 23-year-old female paranormal experiences started when I was young. I don't even remember the age. The first thing I remember is that my sister, who shared the same room as me, would constantly sit up in her bed and call my name. I've always been a silent sleeper, so I'd sit up and ask her what she needed, to which she would reply nothing and go back to sleep and not even remember it the next morning. Could have been nothing, but I later learned that the times when she would wake up, my parents were fighting. They eventually divorced because my sister woke me up with this sleep talking. I heard them getting violent with each other. We both walked into their room to see it. Before they divorced, I woke up one day to find all of the lights in our bedroom on. We usually sleep with a nightlight. I've always told them that I could see things in the dark. As when I was younger, I saw a tall figure standing over me that I convinced myself were random things that my mind was playing tricks on me about. It would usually be a couple of shadow figures, and I remember them standing over my bed like they were watching me, which is why I insisted on having a nightlight well beyond the years that most kids did. I asked everyone in the house if they would turn the lights on, and they said no. My kid brain told me it must have been aliens or something, because who would have gone into a room and turned the main closet door light on? The worst of it started after they divorced. I was 7 or 8. My mom hated my grandparents, but when they divorced, my dad could take us states away to Colorado to see them on holidays. I loved it because it felt peaceful to me, till I would go into the basement, which is where my grandparents' bedroom was. They always left that door open. At first, they put my sister and I in an air mattress, but I would stay awake for most of the night because I could see a man standing on the stairs with a long coat and a fedora watching us. I would tell them every day, and it didn't change till my grandparents decided a couple of years later to just give us their bed and let us shut the door. The first time I came back to school in 5th grade, I told my friends that I kept seeing something. One of my friends said that she could too, and perfectly described this figure. Still don't know if she was lying, but from what she described, it was the exact same thing. By the time I was 11 or 12, I was obsessed with the paranormal. I was watching Ghost Adventures, Paranormal Stayed Dead Files, basically anything you could tell why one was terrorizing me. I'd asked my parents long ago what they believed. My dad said nothing, which I later learned was a lie. My mom said that she believed things were around us, but couldn't really explain them. My dad's very religious. I don't speak to him anymore, but I feel that what happened to me or us changed his perspective, although he did invalidate it a lot. Then when I was in middle school, I convinced my dad to take us to a hotel like Ghost Adventures had been in our state or something. It was previously a hospital. My dad had gone there before. I guess he assumed nothing would happen. We went through the entire hotel with a video camera that his girlfriend owned at the time, and I remember us walking past a room that we later learned was the nursery. We were hearing a baby crying. Could have been someone staying there, but it'd be foolish to take a baby there. It's known as being extremely haunted in the middle of nowhere. My dad then told us that they were staying in the most haunted floor in one of the most haunted rooms. In one, my dad's girlfriend and her 2 youngest children stayed in the connected room. Me and my sister and his girlfriend daughter stayed. They told us we should go get dinner, so the 3 of us looked for a key, and I swear we put this on the table in the room, but we couldn't find it. My dad said that we must have forgot, but there's an experience book at the front desk, and according to that, it's happened many times in that room. Something knocked on her door. All 3 of us and my dad opened the door. Nobody was there, but the keys were hanging in the door. At the middle of the night, my stepsister got up and started screaming. I remember that the Winter Olympics were on the TV, because she ran out of the room and couldn't stay in that one anymore. In my freshman year of high school, I fell asleep on the phone with my boyfriend at the time. In the night, he swore he heard something talking to me. I told him that it might have been talking to myself, but he swears it was a man's voice. I kept my bedroom door shut and locked at the time, so no one could have gotten in. I got into more paranormal stuff from until I graduated in 2019 to now. I saw the Hatman, and I knew that it was something or something equivalent to it. That's whatever it is that I saw. And then, a couple of months ago, 2023-2024, I lived in my own apartment. I saw something. My apartment was set up in a way that my bedroom door faced the bathroom. I was sleeping, then woke up because something completely dark and fucked up was standing in the door. I sat up and stared at it. It was the same dark cloaked and fedora hat figure I'd seen before. This thing hovered from my bedroom door to the side of my bed. I freaked out. I fought. I turned in the bed and started kicking at it. I was wearing my Apple Watch at the time, and I have pictures proving that my heart rate was going through the roof and I was awake. Something came at me. You can believe me or not, I don't care, but this happened. Something has decided that it wants me. I want to investigate it so badly. And I promise it's probably my dog, but the people around me only halfway believe it. I don't want to put them in danger, but this is something, will. I need to know why it wants me. It's put me in danger and continue to. It'll come after me again, and I know it will. I've known since I first popped up that it wants me dead. I cannot forget it. I will continue to hunt whatever this is. Dylan will continue to hunt whatever he's doing. See ya. Greetings from the depths of the unknown. Welcome to Paranormal M, your beacon in the darkness of the supernatural. Subscribe now and enable notifications, and stay tuned for our latest explorations of the unexplained. Get ready to be mesmerized. The summer of 2001. It was the summer of 2001. I was a wild kid growing up in Panama City Beach, Florida. I would have been 14 years old and, like most kids, raised in broken homes in the wild place PCB once was. I was already smoking and kind of being a shithead. At the time, I was a runaway, staying at my quote-unquote girlfriend's older brother's house in an attempt to grow up too fast and do what I wanted. It was because I didn't like my mom's rules. It was a typical evening for us. We were smoking cigarettes, skateboarding, hanging out, and just kind of causing trouble in the apartment complex. An apartment complex that backed up to a set of woods, with my friend's 18-year-old brother kind of place being at the end of the building, kind of closest to the woods. A sidewalk extended out from the front door, connecting to the primary sidewalk, which then wrapped around the building. That's between the woods and the building. It brought you to a parking lot. When the sun was starting to set, we smoked cigarettes outside on the sidewalk. And when they were ready to go in, I flicked the one I was smoking, a half of the cigarette because I started to get a headache and didn't care to finish it. We went inside, played video games, and eventually passed out. The next day I woke up at around 11. Everyone else was still asleep, so I thought this would be a great opportunity to smoke a cigarette by myself. Because I knew that we didn't have many left, I went to go out and get one pack, and it was empty. I guess Chance, my girlfriend's older brother, had smoked the few remaining while we played games and slept. Then I thought, wait, I flicked that half of a cigarette last night, so I'll just go and find it. I walked down the stairs, got to the sidewalk, and started skimming the ground, looking for it. I walked around the sidewalk skimming and skimming for it, and I just couldn't find it. When I looked up, I was roughly 4 feet from the perimeter of the woods, right at the edge of the woods, kneeling behind a palmetto. I saw it. A large monster. It was covered in mangy brown hair as tall as I was, but I couldn't see legs. It looked like it was crouching. I saw teeth, large solid black eyes. I was frozen in fear. I had no idea what to do, and it was quite literally right in front of me, a mere 4 or 5 feet away. Finally got the courage to run. Bolted up the stairs, yelling, "Chance, Chance, Chance!" I was tripping over every step on the way up, and he was my girlfriend's brother, so we were staying with him at the apartment, and I told him what happened. Of course, he laughed it off and told me I must have hallucinated it. After convincing him to go look, we went right back down the stairs together, and of course, it was nowhere to be found. My friends now laughing and me panicking, adrenaline still pumping and the brain just trying to process like the whole encounter. And like I mentioned, it was 2001. I was 14. I'd never heard the word cryptid. I don't think I knew what Bigfoot was yet, and I was completely shocked. I spent the next 2 weeks totally obsessed. Got every chance to scour the woods with me and found, I got a chance to scour the woods with me. We found absolutely nothing. It was 11 in the morning. I knew exactly what I saw, and now 23 years later I can still picture it exactly. As time passed, I thought I'd just seen a demon. The teeth and all the black eyes just kind of stuck with me. But when I was roughly 22 or 23, I was telling what happened to a friend of a friend, and she said, "Oh, hell, you saw the Florida skunk ape." I'd never heard of the Florida skunk ape. But eventually when the picture surfaced, or when I first saw the photo, can't really remember, it was exactly what I saw. Shit, the picture itself was almost identical to my account with only one exception. It was daytime and I could clearly see its top half. I was stunned. I finally knew what I saw years prior. And that one incident, which lasted for probably just a minute, changed my life and the perception of the world entirely. But looking back now, over 20 years later, what I believe happened is we both weren't expecting to run into each other. I think it was just as shocked as I was. And we both didn't even know what to do, so again I realized that I didn't do anything aggressive, never made a sound, and it just crouched or knelt there, frozen. Kinda just like how I was. Maybe he got that half of the smoke. Just got reminded of a time when I seen a little shadow person, and it was confirmed by my uncle. When I was like 6 or 7 years old, I was sleeping in the den of my grandma's house. That was while my parents were having a bonfire outside and drinking. It was definitely sometime after midnight, but I woke up suddenly for some reason and started looking around the room in the dark. I seen a little person dressed in all black. He had a little hat and a little cape, but it looked like a shadow. He ran across the room and into the closet. The closet door was closed, so he ran through the door. I got so freaked out I screamed for my mom. She heard me and came inside. I told her what I'd seen, or rather, what I seen, and she believed me. Apparently, my grandma's house was crazy haunted. I'm not sure if it was the same night or a different night. My mom told me this year later when I was older, but my mom was telling her brother, who was my uncle, what I saw. She said that I'd seen a midget in all black. My uncle cuts her off and asks, "Did it have a newsboy hat and a cape?" She said yes, and he says, "I seen him too." He was sitting on the wall behind the avocado tree one night. He was smoking a cigarette watching me. He said he seen the cigarette light up when he was talking, or rather taking a drag. Then he disappeared. Super crazy, and I don't know what to make of it. If he's able to smoke a cigarette or even a shadow person, a demon, it's like it was sentient. What could it be? This was like 25-ish years ago. Sees shadow person, proceeds to shit bricks. This happened around 10-ish last night. I'm not really good at keeping time since I'm a night owl and a massive stoner. Just to give a little context on me. I was very stoned at the time this last night. Wanted to find my cat from outside after working on my computer for like 3 hours, feeling good. .jpg. So anyways, I step onto my stairs and I lead down 3 steps. Be standing on the bottom step, calling out to cat, to come here. But after about 5 minutes, he's still not there. He's a cute little bastard, but will claw the shit out of you if you don't give scritches, because he's an outside cat. So don't really worry about leaving him outside. I start looking across the street just outside the lamppost, lighting at my neighbor's porch, and see what looks like the reflection of a fly in the light casting a shadow. You could probably imagine what I felt when I realized that it wasn't a shadow, but a head with no figures. Just black. It was probably like 4 feet tall, and just within the shadow, looking around like a cat in a new place, really like head bobbing, if that makes sense. Sort of. Say, fuck this, and immediately feel weird. Like my motor skills were dampened in some way. Feel really slow, then when I get inside, like 5 seconds later, realize I forgot the fucking cat. There was no way in hell I was leaving my house. So watch out the window for like 20 minutes and chalk it up to weed or sleep deprivation. Eventually fall asleep. What is really weird is that when I told my dad earlier this afternoon, he told me that he's seen a 7-foot-ish figure in his rearview mirror while leaving for work. Haunted House, India, Guwahati. We were 3 friends searching for a house in Guwahati. We finally found a house. We were desperate, so we booked the house as soon as we talked with the owner. So we shifted the very next day. Presumably moved. Maybe. Things were smooth. It was a split-level house with 3 rooms on 3 different floors. Let's call the person on the ground floor A, or Adam, and the one on the second floor B, or Ben, and me, C, on the 3rd floor, Carl. Slowly but gradually we all started feeling things, but we never talked about it because we were preparing for the APSC and the exams were coming. Started getting disturbed while sleeping. I felt like somebody was staring at me through my door. It was getting very dark and strong, becoming very difficult to sleep. Well, it was getting very dark and strong. It was becoming very difficult to sleep. I could only sleep around 4 or 5 a.m. when the sunlight hits. After a while, I talked to Adam about it, and he started telling me about the same weird things I was facing. Then we talked to Ben. He didn't experience anything like this at that point of time. He started hearing sounds. The sound of kitchen utensils, running tap water, walking on the stairs, and closing and opening of windows. Up to this point, we were ignoring it and focusing on the exam. One evening, Adam and I were studying together on the ground floor. Ben was studying in his room on the 2nd floor. After some time, Ben came down the stairs and entered the kitchen. Adam and I were aware that Ben had come down and went inside the kitchen, but he wasn't coming out, so I asked, "Hey Ben, what are you doing in the kitchen?" No reply. So I asked Adam, "Didn't Ben just come down and enter the kitchen?" He replied, "Yeah, he opened the kitchen door." I said, "Wait, let me see what he's doing." I went to the kitchen to see what he was doing and why he wasn't replying to us, and I was shocked. The kitchen door was never opened, and there was no one there. I ran upstairs and saw Ben at his study table taking an online test. I asked him, "Did you not just go downstairs and into the kitchen?" He had no idea about it. He never went downstairs, and it was something else. We 3 sat together, lit up cigarettes, and said, "Fuck." Eloquent. After a few weeks, Ben went to his home. That's in Magowan for some work. Adam and I were studying in his room. Adam said Ben also went home, and I can't even say when he returns back, and believe me, Ben replied from his room saying, "Hey, wait, I'm coming downstairs." We looked at each other, eyes wide open, and we both ran upstairs, but there was no one. And it was the limit for us, in bold type font. So we started researching what was going on in this place. We knew an auntie in her neighborhood. We asked her about the house, and she said, yes, around 1998 there was a murder in the house. The husband murdered his wife and left the body. The body was found only after a week by the owner, which was the uncle. He lived nearby. That's because of the smell. She also added it was around 2010 or 2012, and there was a tenant who committed suicide by hanging. We were like, shit. After the exam, we left the house. I'm attaching a photo from the CCTV motion detection camera. We had a small gym in our boundary. The photo was captured on the first night when it was installed. There is no such thing that could reflect, nor any such equipment. There was a motion detection camera, and the gym was closed. I didn't absorb any of that one. Skeptic turned believer. Many years ago, my now wife and I worked at one of those, in quotes, most haunted places in America. I've had paranormal experiences, and this was since a young age, but always alone. My wife didn't believe in anything but science. She would entertain me by listening to my stories and theories, but would always politely defer to there's probably a realistic explanation. The place we worked was a combined hotel and restaurant that had been operating in one form or another since the 1700s. About once a day, one of our coworkers would explain something paranormal-ish they just saw or felt. Stories about things flying off shelves across the room regularly, hearing voices, feeling like they were being breathed on or grabbed. My wife enjoyed the stories, but just couldn't believe them. One summer day, the boss asked me to go upstairs. Wanted to go out of the U's hotel area and bring down extra chairs for the large group. Upstairs was set up like an old house, filled with antique furniture and very faded old rugs. It was early in the day before any customers were there, so my wife followed to help. Young and flirty, we were chatting and giggling as we made stacks of chairs to move. After a few minutes, I heard a child giggle. Felt the bounce of the wooden floor as if a child was running. Moments later, a little blonde girl with long, curly blonde hair, dressed in a light blue dress over a white top with high white socks and black shoes, ran past the door. You could feel the floor move and hear her laughing and happy, heavy breathing and footsteps as she ran past the room we were in and ran to the room at the end of the hall. I turned to my wife and say, "Did you just see that?" I run to follow the girl, and my wife follows. We get to the room, and it's set up like a child's room, like a small bed and a desk. I see nothing and then check the only closet underneath the bed. My wife is red and breathing excitedly. I ask again, "Did you see that?" She goes, "Yeah," while nodding her head. So I ask, "Okay, but what did you see?" She says, "A little old-timey looking girl ran past the door giggling and into this room." I ask, "Was she blonde and in a blue dress with black shoes?" Wife squeaks, "With like a white top and high socks," as she turns white. I can't squeak. I say, "Okay, let's get the fuck out of here." We run down the hall and stairs and go to the back parking lot area. My wife is walking in circles trying to rationalize what happened until she starts asking me about my beliefs. Trying to squeak ruined my own voice. We both calm down and I say something to the effect of time to go back and move the rest of the chairs. My wife refuses, asks if I'm scared. I say, "Yeah, I'm spooked, but the ghost or echo has happy, positive energy. I don't think it means to harm anyone." We both have had more mutual and individual encounters since. So, has her opinion changed a little bit? Question mark. Events leading up to my guitar getting struck in the middle of the night. After the event last night, where 2 strings of my guitar were suddenly struck very loudly, I decided to share everything I've experienced. This is because I feel that there are people here who understand or have gone through similar experiences. Over the years, quite a few things have happened, and every time something occurred, I wrote it down. Everything below is a collection of events spanning several years. A few years ago, my parents, sisters, and I moved into a house that we now currently live in. At the time, the house was in poor condition. The garden looked like a jungle. The house needed a significant renovation before we could move into it. In the first few months of living there, everything seemed fine. After a few months, I started noticing flickering lights. I'm quite skeptical about these things, so I thought there might be an issue with the electricity or something like that. One evening, I was home alone and cooking. Above the stove, we have a range hood with lighting that's fully controlled by a touchscreen. I was cooking calmly when the light on the range hood suddenly went out. I didn't think much of it and turned it back on, and I walked to the trash can and suddenly heard and saw out of the corner of my eye the range hood, which was on level 2, go back to level 1. Then it turned off. I look at the range hood in surprise, and just when I thought I'd seen it all, the light went out again. Around the same time, I don't remember exactly if it was the same week or a few weeks later, I started having nightmares. For 3 nights in a row, I had dreamed I was in my bedroom, either watching TV or just waking up. Each time I was grabbed by a hand or a leg by the ghost of a girl, which woke me up in shock. One of these dreams is the most vivid in my memory. It went as follows. It was the weekend, my parents had gone to bed. They have a TV in my room, and I'd turned it towards my bed. I was watching a movie in bed in the dark, but must have fallen asleep. I dreamed that I was lying in bed, getting tired and wanting to sleep. I searched for my remote, turned off the TV, but couldn't find it. Thought the remote must have fallen off the bed. I reached next to my bed and felt the remote. I grabbed it and pulled my arm back, only to suddenly be grabbed hard by my wrist. I woke up with my heart pounding. Saw the TV was still on and the remote was just lying next to me in bed. Months passed without any incidents or anything to note, and my parents went on vacation. I was home alone for like a whole week. On the second evening alone, I was comfortably watching TV in the living room with the cat on the couch. It was about 1 a.m. when suddenly my cat, who was asleep, jumped up and looked around nervously with a bushy tail. After a minute, she laid down and slept. But 5 minutes after that, she showed the same behavior. Indeed. This time, she didn't go back to sleep, but stared for a long time. She was staring at this one spot in the living room. She jumped off the couch and walked through the room, but while walking, she kept staring at the same spot. She stopped, continued staring at that spot for a long time. I felt uneasy and decided to go upstairs. Once upstairs, I heard a loud bang downstairs as if something large and heavy had fallen. I quickly went downstairs, but couldn't find anything that had fallen. I only saw my cat standing there again with a bushy tail. I got really creeped out and quickly went back upstairs. I had just gotten into bed when I suddenly heard the stairs creak step by step. There were sounds as if somebody was coming up. Like I said, my parents were on vacation. I couldn't be anybody else. I was home alone. So I hurried to my bedroom door and locked it. I turned on all the lights, sat upright in bed, staring at my door. Nothing else happened. After a few hours, I fell asleep out of sheer exhaustion. In the weeks that followed, I started hearing things falling. I could never find what had fallen. I talked to my mom about it since I needed to get it off my chest, and she told me she also heard things falling. This was a great relief to me, knowing that I wasn't the only one hearing or experiencing things. Fast forward, a few years went by without major incidents. Sometimes a flickering light or something that seemed to fall, but nothing more. I was in my bedroom. My wired headphones were lying on my desk, with the front and back on the desk and the middle part sort of dangling off. I was sitting still in my bed with my back against the wall when suddenly I saw the part of the headphone wire that was dangling off the desk start to swing back and forth vigorously. The swinging motion lasted for about 30 seconds before stopping again. It could have been caused by the wind. I was sitting still and both my window and door were closed, though. That same evening, I saw a shadow dart past me. This marked the beginning of new incidents and the appearance of shadows, often in the same spots. One evening, I was home alone with my mother. We decided to watch a movie together. In the hallway by the front door is a cabinet with snacks. I grabbed some treats for both of us for the movie. In the middle of the movie, we both needed to use the bathroom. The bathroom is also in the hallway by the front door, so after watching the movie, we decided to go to bed. We cleaned up, walked into the hallway together. To our surprise, the front door, which we had both walked past several times that evening, was suddenly now wide open. We were both startled and the hairs on our arms stood on end. My mother quickly closed the door and I started searching the entire house, but I found nothing. Incidents continued to happen. We once heard knocking on an interior door, but no one was in the room behind the door. The strangest and scariest incident happened last week. I was gaming and felt like having a snack. Went downstairs to the snack cabinet and took out a big bag of mixed nuts. I closed the door, turned toward the stairs, when suddenly I heard my nickname. Dan. Dan with 2 A's, is that how you do that? Oh, excuse me. Dan. Whispered into my right ear. It wasn't a whisper, but very, very loud and clear. The voice also sounded very much like my mother's voice. It quickly turned around, but I saw no one. Thought maybe my mother was in the bathroom and needed toilet paper. I opened the bathroom door, but no one was there. I quickly checked the living room. Nothing. Then I checked my parents' bedroom, but both were sleeping. The next day I asked my mother about it, and she looked surprised. Told me that she hadn't been in the bathroom that night. She said she got chills from what I told her, and she also mentioned that earlier that week she was in the kitchen and heard a deep sigh coming from the living room and thought it was me. She said she went to the living room, but nobody was there. My mother asked me if we should bring someone in to maybe help us out, but I don't know. Ghost of a man who vanished while I stayed at my sister's flat when I was a kid. Basically, when I was a kid, I took 2 weeks off of school. Basically, I just didn't turn up for 2 weeks and made it out that I had a cold so I could stay at my sister's place. The first night there, I was terrified to go to sleep. Must have been around 9 or 10 years old at the time. My sister and I watched a film. My sister had a Chucky doll from Child's Play sitting in her window. I was terrified of Chucky, as when I was 5, my sister made me watch it because she thought it was funny to scare me. And I was pretty much still scared of him at 9 or 10 years of age. I tried to ignore the doll and fall asleep on the sofa, which was where I was sleeping due to no more beds. I did manage to fall asleep, and then 2 to 3 hours later I woke up. It must have been around 2 or 4 a.m. and it was pitch black. I had an eerie feeling come over me. It made me more scared than I was. I looked around the living room, and when I turned toward the living room door, which was closed, There was a man standing there looking at me like he was confused why I was there. At the time, I assumed he was a caveman, due to my knowledge of history, but now I can imagine him being medieval with the fashion looking from that time period. As soon as I locked eyes with him, I shouted my sister's name on the top of my lungs, to which my sister woke me up, to which woke my sister up. She replied, "What's going on?" And soon she opened the door to the living room. "I know I made a mistake, Echo." This man literally vanished in front of my eyes, and my sister ran in and asked what was wrong. I told her about the caveman standing there. My sister turned the lights on and turned to the area I pointed at, where I don't see anyone. He was definitely there. My sister said if anybody was here, the dogs would be barking, but they were fast asleep. True, the dogs would have, went mental at any trespassers, but the man looked so real. And to this day, I still think about this experience and how much it freaked me out. First time I ever saw a ghost, and definitely wasn't my imagination. Haunted Museum in Washington State. The Westport Maritime Museum is known by many locals in Grays Harbor area to be haunted. It used to serve as a Coast Guard station until the 1970s. During its service, there was a lot of trauma involved. An auxiliary building next to it was once used as a garage and temporary storage facility to store the dead bodies of shipwreck victims after a disaster at sea at one point. Various employees and locals have reported orbs, footstep shadows, and tingling sensations. One day in October, my coworker and I were having some downtime as there was very little traffic coming in. We heard a bunch of banging and footsteps upstairs, sounds of something heavy being dragged across the floor. I got up, ran to see what was going on, and no one was there. Fast forward a few months, and the same coworker and I do a ghost hunt one night after hours. During our ghost hunt, she felt something brushing up against her leg and skirt. Simultaneously, I felt this intense rush and negative vibe. I felt the energetic sensation of somebody rushing at me. As we reviewed the footage at the same time, she felt the physical touch and I felt the rush. The video camera and audio glitched, and a scratchy, raspy voice can be heard on tape saying, "Get out." When I saw and heard this on our tape, our blood went cold, and our eyes watered. Carl from Olympia. Inspiration, empath. This was October of last year. I was working as an insurance agent at the time. I am also a metal musician and was in the process of recording vocals for my second album, which was released in November of 2023. I was also struggling with some serious grief-related depression due to life events that I will not specify here. I had had a great day. I was working with clients, enjoying time with coworkers, and the work on my music was going very well. I got off of work, recorded the vocal tracks, felt good about my day's work, and felt proud of myself. All of a sudden, the depression crept back like a phantom into my mind, like a demon standing over my shoulder. So I decided to go for a walk down Main Street, to clear my head. It was a beautiful evening, and during a glorious autumn on the coast of Washington State, my depressive thoughts were unbearable. As I got nearer to the beach, I began contemplating drowning myself in the harbor nearby the beach. I struggled with suicidal ideation since I was a teen and survived an attempt in 2017, saved by my amazing parents. The way I saw it, high tide had come, and I was considering letting the ocean take me so that my soul could be free and my physical body could once again become one with nature. Just then I see a casual but well-dressed, friendly-looking older, late 60s man smoking a cigarette and peacefully walking toward me from the beach. He asks me if I can give him directions back to his campsite. He was from out of town and had gotten lost on his own. I never say no to strangers in need of help, so I obliged. On the way back, he and I made friendly small talk on the way back to his campsite. Work, seafood, and life. As we reached his destination, he looked at me very sincerely. Asked if I would be willing to pray with him. I am a believing but liberal Christian. I respect all religions and belief systems, and I'm also fairly reserved about my faith. I typically don't talk religion with others. Nevertheless, this man had a warmth, sincerity, and kindness. It's really, pretty rare, but hard to feign. We began to simply say a prayer. He asked God to provide him with comfort, or rather me. Acknowledged the pain I was feeling even though I had nothing saying, like I didn't reveal to him anything about my depression. He said he could tell I was lonely and dealing with grief and in need of comfort. It was as if he could read my mind, and I began sobbing and I hugged him. He hugged me back and he said a few more uplifting words to me. We both chatted while looking into the starry night sky for a few minutes, said our goodbyes and parted ways. He identified himself as Carl from Olympia. My ghost stories from Kilkuk, India. I used to live in the Midwest, and to add some background to this story, the town I lived in is believed by some of the inhabitants to be extremely haunted. I was living with my family in a medium-sized home near the edge of a wooded area. It's in a relatively quiet neighborhood, too. The house we lived in was owned by a Vietnam veteran who was a helicopter gunner. All of us thought that the house had a creepy vibe to it, but it became a bit more real when my brother told me he had heard what he described as male voices speaking an Asian-sounding language in an adjacent room one night. Another experience I had when I was at work, I ran to the pizza kitchen at a local Casey's store in town. When not busy making pizzas, I would occupy myself with busy work, inventory, cleaning, etc. One night I was at the kitchen counter facing out into the store. I saw the shadowy figure of a man walking through the aisles. He was very thin, very tall, appeared to be wearing a hat of some kind. I saw him from a brief moment and he vanished. I asked some of my coworkers if he'd ever seen anything, and about 5 other employees confirmed having seen a similar thing. Sometime later I was closing the kitchen one night, and as I'm coming into the kitchen area, which faces the office, my coworker asks me if there's anyone out on the sales floor. I confirmed that no one was there, and she said that she had been watching the security camera that overlooks the sales floor. And as I was bringing in a piece of kitchen equipment, she had seen a shadowy human form on camera, coming right toward me as I was walking back into the kitchen. The general area is located on and near native burial grounds. Interesting, disturbing, and reoccurring dreams and nightmares about World War II. I was born in 1996. I'm American, but I speak German and have many German friends. Since I was in my mid-teens, I've had reoccurring dreams about World War II. This is both from the perspective of Allied and Axis soldiers. I'm trying to figure out what these dreams might mean. I will list the dreams as best as I can in their order and detail. First dream I can remember, I was an Allied soldier, American to be precise, and one of my comrades got into a brawl with a German soldier. I came up behind the German and stabbed him to death quite graphically. Simultaneously horrified but also relieved and satisfied at the lifeless, bloody mess I had made of this formerly living human being. Second dream, point of view switch. I was a German soldier fighting in a battle of Stalingrad. I was leading a platoon of other German here, regular army. Not necessarily Nazis, but fighting for Hitler nonetheless. We were clearing a house at night. I was the point man, armed with a submachine gun. As we broke into this house, I had this gut feeling that there were Russians just hiding behind a wall in a closet facing the front door we came in. I sprayed the wall with my machine gun and heard several Soviets scream in pain and fall dead behind the wall. Third dream. I was an American soldier in France during the Normandy campaign in the summer of 1944. I somehow had gotten separated from my unit. I saw a fat middle-aged German soldier riding up to me on a motorcycle. He stopped the motorcycle and looked at me. For some reason, maybe I was out of ammo, I began to swing my rifle at him like a club. I had the aim and goal of bludgeoning him to death. He grabbed my rifle mid-swing and smiled at me, told me he was a French conscript forced to fight for the Germans against his will. He told me he had friendly feelings towards me and didn't want to fight. In a fit of rage, I screamed at him in German, "Warum denn kämpfst du an der Seite dieser uns menschlichen Tieren?" Why then are you fighting on the side of these subhuman animals? Referring to the Germans. I then beat him to death with my rifle, committing a war crime and a grievous sin against another living soul who had shown me kindness and friendship. Final World War II dream. I was an American soldier again and came across a young wounded German soldier hitting him in his foxhole. And I, knowing German, told him I would take him back to his unit and make sure his wounds were treated. I didn't capture him. I returned him to his unit. Odd. As I walked with this wounded German up to his unit, I addressed a lot of them in German, saying, "Diese Kühl braucht einen Sanitator." I'm trying. This guy needs a medic. And then calmly turned around and walked away. I remembered my dream expecting to be shot in the back of the head, but the Germans not only didn't shoot me, they let me walk away peacefully. The Germans were sitting under a large tent, somewhat like a pavilion, and looked at me aghast and in shock that I so brazenly and unarmed walked up to them, returned their wounded comrade, and walked away calmly without surrendering. It was a much more positive dream than all my previous ones. Utah hauntings. These stories take place in the time period of 2003 to 2014. I originally come from Utah, but haven't lived there in years. We've lived all over the United States since then. So, here's the first ones. Chronologically speaking, in 2003, my then stepdad, who was an abusive, controlling, and, treated my mother, my siblings, and I horribly. And it began escalating his behavior. I noticed a pattern that as he got worse, strange things would happen around the house. Family members and I would hear disembodied voices throughout the house. A strange presence would be felt at some times and then not at others. And most notably, we would see shadow figures running around the house. These were not tall, humanoid figures that you typically think of when you think of shadow figures. These were deformed, almost animal or alien in nature, moved extremely fast and had an almost impish quality to them. We would occasionally hear a man's voice in the house calling our names. We left the house, moved to a different neighborhood north of Salt Lake City in Bountiful, Utah. 2004-2005. After settling to our new home in Bountiful, I guess that's a place. In August of 2004, other members of the family began noticing strange things. Footsteps would be heard in the hallways late at night. My mother would be working in her office at her computer and occasionally hear footsteps. And one night, she felt something touch her back. She turned around and there was no one there. Later, my mother saw an apparition of a young girl wearing white standing at the end of the hallway. Thinking it may have been one of my sisters, she went to go check to see if everything was all right. The girl disappeared, and my mom saw that both of my sisters were both still sound asleep in their bedrooms. After doing some research into the history of the house, we learned that a young girl had passed away from leukemia in the same house a number of years prior. Her bedroom had been the same room that was my mom's office. The old photo of the girl who passed away matched the appearance of the apparition that my mother saw at the end of the hallway. 2006. As the behavior of my then stepdad began to become even more abusive, so too did the occurrences in the home. Our family dog would frequently panic and bark and howl at nothing in the air, especially when in the basement. Paranormal events culminated in a few members of the family, not me though, seeing about a dozen entities, semi-translucent in appearance and of ghastly appearance, surrounded by former stepdad, and he was sitting in his chair one evening. In October of that year, around the same time the apparitions were seen, our family dog tragically died by being attacked by a pack of wild animals, either raccoons or coyotes in the middle of the night. Coyotes, I would assume. 2007 and 2008 were pretty quiet for the most part. So, on to 2009. The year opens pretty uneventfully, but activity starts ramping up big time in the spring or early summer. On my brother's birthday in June of 2009, I lived at my grandparents' house with my family. I was in the front yard waiting for the rest of the family to come out of the car to go for birthday outings. About 300 yards away, I see a young woman wearing what looked like a 1980s punk clothing and blonde hair and some kind of a side ponytail walking casually down the street and screaming for help. Her voice didn't sound normal, though. It sounded much farther away than a mere 300 yards, and it also sounded kind of dreamy. Fair enough. I was in a neighborhood with a lot of houses and trees, and was on a hill. So the acoustics weren't that, sold it for me. I immediately went inside and told everybody that there was a girl crying for help down the street. We got in the car, drove up and down the streets looking for her. And keep in mind, it was midday, everybody else was still at work or school. This was literally a few days before summer vacation. So, unless she was a resident, she wasn't. It was a small neighborhood where everybody knew everybody and didn't look familiar at all. It would be rather unlikely that she could have disappeared or gone somewhere before we reached her. Later learned a young lady matching her description died of a drug overdose in the 1980s in that very neighborhood. That same month, in 2009, my family and I went to a cinema to see Monsters vs. Aliens. It had come out in March of that year, was still playing in theaters in June. While my brother and I are watching the movie in our seats, my mom leaves with my sisters to go to the restroom. They come back shaken and terrified. "What happened?" I asked after the movie. My mom and sisters then tell me that my mom had been picked up and thrown out of her shoes by an unseen force while walking down the hall. When she got up off the ground, she was 5 feet from where her shoes were. They were still standing upright in the spot where she was standing when she fell. For the years 2010 and 2011, I didn't live in Utah, but I had experiences elsewhere. 2012 was relatively tame and had little in the way of notable supernatural experiences. In 2013, I didn't live in Utah, but I had multiple experiences while living in Tennessee. On to the next Utah stories. 2014 in April. I was staying for a few weeks with grandparents. My family and grandparents had gone out one day to have a fun day outing, do some shopping. This is in the same neighborhood as the story from 2009, and knowing in our family history that Grandma's house had some strange activity, the previous owner of the house had been murdered. We all knew there was something off about this house. Well, on one particular day, the vibe was particularly off. I was home alone, chilling out, just no mood for ghosts. Felt like there was a very unwelcome and wrong presence in the house. I had a short temper that day and told them to fuck off. Leave me the hell alone. Called them a series of horrible insults. Sat down to play guitar and unwind a bit. And then from 30-ish feet down the hallway, I heard a woman moaning coming from my grandma's room. I was home alone after hearing this noise, and my blood went cold and I froze. "Hello?" I managed to say. And sort of as stoic and friendly of a voice as I could muster, I didn't get a response. To keep myself from shitting my pants and running out of the house, I scoffed and told myself, "Oh, it's probably just the cat." My grandma had a tabby cat named Lottie at the time. It was one of my best friends. She later passed away in August of that year due to old age, but I'd never before or since heard her cat or any cat make a noise like that. It was a human noise. I was a police officer, and I think I witnessed an actual curse. I used to be a police officer in a city in Virginia. There's one upscale neighborhood in our city with very nice homes. I was always told stories when I was a new officer that there was a doctor who lived in one of these homes. The story goes the doctor attempted to perform some type of operation on himself. He numbed his stomach area to make an incision on himself, but since he couldn't feel it, he accidentally cut far too deep and large and accidentally disemboweled himself. When officers and paramedics arrived, he was found barely alive, holding his own intestine, and ultimately died. Fast forward, I was assigned a call about a young female who was found dead by her older sister. When I arrive on scene, it's in the aforementioned nice neighborhood. When I exited my vehicle, I immediately had an uneasy feeling about this house. While nice on the outside, it just had a bad energy surrounding it. As I approached the front porch, I noticed countless empty energy drink cans and a Ouija board on the front patio table. Everything about this house just felt wrong. When I was led inside, the family was obviously very distraught. I was told the deceased sister, we'll call her Emily, was in the basement, and at this point another officer had arrived also. And so he stayed upstairs with the family as I entered the basement. The basement was an unfinished and fairly dark one, minus 2 pull-string light bulbs, one on each side of the basement. The scene in the basement was similar to the front porch. Energy drink cans were everywhere, and another Ouija board was on a small coffee table. Emily, who was 19, if I remember correctly, was hanging by her neck in the basement rafter. She had hung herself with an exercise band. She was swinging back and forth slightly. Her face was blue and bloated and contorted into a horrible expression. Another officer helped me lift her to bring her down. Emily's family consisted of her mother and father, and her older sister. Her parents stated that they had been trying to help her because all she did was drink the same energy drinks to stay up all hours of the night playing on the Ouija board. Her sister gave a little more detail about it. Being sisters, they stated that they were very close. They told each other everything. Her older sister said Emily indeed had an obsession with the Ouija board, drinking energy drinks to stay up all night and talk to what she believed was her boyfriend who was dead. Her sister stated Emily had been saying that her boyfriend was begging for her to come join him in the afterlife, and so she believed that's why she did what she did. Now, let me reiterate. This house felt wrong. Everything felt bad, and I had a very uneasy, sick feeling being in the basement. Not because of the dead body. Wasn't my first. This was a call that really messed with me for a while. We really never got much more explanation. As cops, you kind of just have to move on to the next call. 2 weeks later to the day, I get a call about a car accident with ejection. I moved to the call code 1, lights and sirens. We arrived to find a convertible B&W with the top down, which had experienced an obvious horrible crash and rollover. It was sitting on its wheels, and in the driver's seat was a woman who clearly had a broken neck, as her head was almost all the way turned around. Next to the vehicle, about 25 feet away, was a man. He had been ejected. And keep in mind, this was a convertible, so he was ejected from the top of the car. He was missing the entire top half of his head, and there were pieces of brain everywhere. I went to close off the scene with yellow tape. I walked around 75 yards away from the accident, where I found yet another large chunk of his brain. I'm not trying to be intentionally graphic, but I want to paint the picture of just how bad and violent this car accident was. Upon obtaining the man's ID, I read the information off to dispatch. Then another officer and I both realized the same thing at the same time. This two people were Emily's parents, who were 2 weeks to the day just died in a horrible way. Breaking the news to the older sister was heartbreaking. Kept in touch with her for a little bit. Well, she had inherited her parents' estate and all of the life insurance money. She ended up selling off everything and buying a different house to try to start over and repair her broken life. However, it doesn't end there. Around 1 month later, another officer was called after a pedestrian was struck by a car while she was jogging in her neighborhood. And yes, you guessed it, it was the sister. She managed to survive several weeks in a coma, but ultimately didn't make it. If you're wondering why the story about the doctor's relevant, the house that Emily killed herself in was the same house the doctor lived in. I don't know what you guys think, but to me it definitely seems like either that house is cursed or Emily opened up something bad. It was a few years ago now, and I'm no longer a police officer. Moved a couple states away now. Twice now, I found 2 different Ouija board planchettes on the sidewalk when going to check my mail. I never touch them and usually use a stick or something to push them into the storm drain. Demonic self seen in old childhood. Can someone explain? Maybe someone might be able to help me. Today I'm 38 years old. It had been a long time since I was a child, but I keep remembering some kind of demonic twin of myself that I've seen when I was something around about 4 to 8. I can even remember exactly what it looked like and how it behaved. There was definitely some kind of me version, but with short hair that stood in all directions. Finger and toenails that were sharp, black claws, and had very sharp, spiky, brown-like teeth. It used to mostly come out during evenings or nighttime, but in very few cases, even at daytime. When it did so, it crawled into my room through any wall, always crawling at the walls and ceiling like Spider-Man and then sitting in one corner, facing and watching me with a very, very evil grin with dark red eyes. Never hurt anybody, nor did it do anything evil at the time. It just kept sitting somewhere staring at me, grinning like it was thinking about eating me. Maybe now, maybe later. Sometimes it even warned me with a shush finger to be quiet when it was bedtime. Somebody came up the stairs. I only once told my sister, it's about 4 years older, about that creature. But no wonder she didn't believe me, she couldn't see it. The demon thingy knew that. Laughed at me and gave me some kind of only you sign. It did never really talk to me, and on the laugh itself, it was kind of freaking silent. Today it makes me think if anybody maybe was able to hear it at least. I know how weird that sounds, but I really wonder if that was my imaginary childhood friend that in my opinion should have been a little less fucked up. Maybe a little bit more friendly, kind and playful. Can't remember how often I've seen that creature, but it was definitely a rare encounter. Or rather, not. Or as they put it. But it was definitely no rare encounter. Aha. Can anybody maybe explain what that might have been? Why did it disappear all of a sudden? Why did it look exactly like me, but like some version directly from the deepest depth of hell? And least but not least, did maybe anybody else encounter something similar during childhood? Why the hell can I remember 30 years later? I remember exactly how that creature looked like, but I don't even recall my mom's face that's died 11 years ago. Well, that's horrible. My mom's house might have a haunted object inside. Throughout my childhood, I've experienced a few encounters or other unexplainable events. My mom, sisters, and I lived in a mountain range since 2010. This mountain has a long history of being a vacation destination. Celebrities would come and ski in the winter or lounge by the lake in the summer. It's been this way for about 100 years. Before it was a vacation spot, it was a gold rush town. Before that, it was inhabited by Native Americans. Needless to say, this place is old and has a lot of history. My mom owns a thrift store. That's where she receives hundreds of donations every week, and from brand new, never-been-worn clothes to old and antique home decor. Owning a thrift store means that we get our first pick of the items before we put them up for sale, and, well, probably most of our decorations and paintings and home furnishings came from the thrift store. A lot of these items are old and we don't know their history or even the owners. Anyway, we moved around a lot in this town, house to house, never staying anywhere that long. Thrift stores don't make somebody rich. So a bit of context. My room was on the bottom floor of the house with its own staircase leading down to it. And yes, I know this house sounds massive, that's just how a lot of houses are in the mountains, multi-level. My first encounter was one morning I was getting ready for school, and at the bottom of the staircase there was a person standing there, in broad daylight. I couldn't see any features or even tell you what they were wearing. It was just a dark figure standing there. I was fully awake looking at it. Just as quickly as it appeared, it vanished. No explanation. Later that night, I told my older sister about what I had seen. She said we can cleanse the house in my room. We did a cleansing spell, and she's a white witch. And as soon as the spell was done, I got a bloody nose. I'm not saying that was related to anything, it was just one hell of a scary coincidence for a 14-year-old boy. Throughout the next few months, my family and I would experience other things in the house. Things like incoherent whispering or sounds like somebody was in the house when no one was out of bed or in the middle of the night. We would often smell cigar smoke, even though none of us smoked. Our closest neighbor was far away on his backwoods mountain road, all things that we can't explain. We moved to the next house, and we lived there for about 5 years. In that house, I've witnessed glass cups randomly exploding due to a bunch of small shards all over the place, door opening and closing randomly, cups of water jumping into the air and falling to the ground. This is when I started to believe that the house weren't haunted, but in fact, items that we brought from the last house to the new one. In 2021, In 2021, when I was 21, I moved out to the city, got an apartment with my older sister, leaving my mom and younger sister there. Experienced nothing until 2022 when I helped my mom move into a new house. In late 2023, I was visiting them. Lights flicker and strange sounds, which is usual for old houses because that's what most of these homes in the area were, old. But it wasn't until my mom and I were talking in the kitchen that we watched items from the open pantry shelf fly across the room. If my mom didn't witness it with her own eyes, I doubt she would even believe me. The next day, when I was home alone, my mom was at work and my sister was at a sort of a cheer practice. And someone called my name. I heard it loud and clear coming from the inside of the house, and I have no explanation. In early 2024, I went back and visited again. I was in her guest room at 3 a.m. on my phone before sleeping, when the door just swung open. Watched for a minute or two before I heard knocking on said door. The knocking was sporadic. Every time I tried to record it, it would stop. Went on for 15 or 20 minutes. I was ready to go to bed now, so I politely asked it to stop so I could sleep, and it did. I think my mom brought home a haunted item from her thrift store. Whatever is attached has just come for us. House to house, too. I wish I knew what it was connected to, but we have so many old chests and lamps and paintings and who knows what else. All I know is that it's never directly tried to hurt us, and I'm okay with that. Curiosity killed the cat. I've seen spirits since I was little. Gotten a little bit more prominent since I've gotten older. I'm scared of them and feel crazy, at least. That's what I tell myself. I see them more in the mind's eye kind of a way, and I see their clothes and everything. I've ignored them for the simple fact that my father is a preach, and I've grown up being told that they're not loved ones, but they're demons. I don't know, but I feel that it's not always the case. I mean, yes, some are, and they trick us, but some just don't feel like they are. I get a feeling from them, my chest gets heavy when they're around, and some have bad feelings and others have not so bad feelings. It scares me, and I just don't know how to help or interact with them, or even if I really want to. Had an experience one time when I kept seeing this woman, but she never showed me her face, and it just went on for maybe almost a year of seeing her. Well, I told my friend about her, and what she was wearing, and come to find out, she was his niece. She wanted me to talk to him for her, so I tried. I was right about knowing things only she would know, which was crazy, and then she showed me how she died through her eyes. She was decapitated, and that really messed me up. Yeah. That's when I stopped really acknowledging them altogether. So as I've gotten older, I don't hear them and don't see them, but here and there. And oh, by the way, I'm not on drugs, and yes, I thought I was nuts, but always had confirmation that let me know I was real, and I'll still deny it. But my gift has been passed to my children as well. So my son, who's a firefighter, sees them and they show up in his dreams. Some of them are people he's seen being a firefighter that have lost their lives. Like at incidents, things like that. My other daughter just feels them, and my youngest sees things sometimes. Look, like I said, my family's religious as well as myself, so I really don't know how to deal with this. Prayed about it, talked with my father about it, but all I can come to a conclusion is that I'm nuts. Any advice would be obliged. My experiences at my mother's house. To start, I remembered things when I was 15 and 16. We had this attic, and around 1 to 2 a.m. every night it sounded like walking above my room. I had a girlfriend over to stay the night once, and she even heard it. So I knew something was up, and during this phase of my life, I was a drug addict. I had some bad stuff going on, and the more bad things that happened, it seemed the activity would increase and react more. I remember that same age, at like 16, I was home alone one night. My mother's room was across mine at the end of the hall upstairs. There's 3 rooms over there and a bathroom. I heard scratching at my door and opened up thinking it was my dog, but instead I was met with pure blackness across from me in my mother's doorframe. I couldn't do anything but freeze and stare at it. It was maybe 2 minutes, 5 to even 10, I just couldn't move. I then snapped out of it and ran outside to my car, called my friend and left. Age 17 and 18 is when shit got real. I switched my room to my brother's old room. It was smallish, 2 closets, winter and summer, 2 windows, ceiling fan, and my dad left the home. My mom found a new boyfriend and was always gone. My brother left for the girlfriend, and I was always alone at night. What started in this room, I usually would lay my controller and TV remote and all my shit on the foot of my bed. At night I noticed something clicking the buttons and moving my keys. This turned into my covers being pulled off and a woman's voice coming from the hall mimicking my mom's voice saying my name. The big thing that set shit off was me and some friends going to a notoriously haunted hospital for children with an illness. We had a horrible experience there, and when us 5 left, we all had experiences at home that night. Mine was the worst. I woke up at 3 a.m. on the dot. I had 5 to 6 posters up. My TV was on, and then all of a sudden my posters started simultaneously sliding down my walls to the floor. My closet flung open. The TV shut off and my candle fell to the floor. I screamed and my family rushed in to see the mess. I started to sleep with the rosary after that. Kinda helped some, but random shit, I don't know. Like weights would roll across the floor. I had silverware swirl. Stuff would come up missing. My dog would go into fits when I was alone, and he would growl and cry for me to come downstairs. My lights in the house would turn off and on, and one day, I was playing piano. My back was turned. I heard my door creak, and I felt the hand of a child grab my shoulder. Turned around slowly, absolutely shocked, and said, "Don't touch me. You are never to touch me." My door then closed and I was fucking losing it. Moved out after these 2 things. 1, I had a dream of a girl with pure black hair crying. I was in bed with her and she was at the window. I was getting up. She turned to me and had pure white eyes and said, "It'll be okay." I also had a dream of my grandfather that same week and he told me, "Winter is the shortest season, my son." I also had pure white eyes. 2, I saw her in my hallway, her apparition, black short hair, white gown, pale as ever. My dad woke up and said he saw her as well, pulling his sheets off of him when he was trying to sleep. We both moved out of this, and well, a few years back, was this an evil spirit? Was it harmless? Should I never go back? LOL, I think about a lot.